All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for being here. It's a Friday. Hope everybody's having a good Friday so far. Week's coming to an end, or at least the work week. But yeah, I don't normally stream on Fridays. I decided, you know what? I think we have to do an emergency stream today because, I mean, we're getting a ton of news and information, just a complete blowout for Spider-Man 2. And it's all really, really, really good news. Some great news, actually. Some stuff we're learning about the game that's actually pretty awesome and even a little bit surprising, which you would think by now we wouldn't be surprised when it comes to Insomniac Games, right? Just with how talented they are as a studio. But yet, yeah, we are a little surprised. You're saying IGN has like 28 minutes of Spider-Man 2 and they're showing too much. Well, I guess I should give a warning, not like up front. That's not the first thing I'm going to be doing, but I do plan on watching these videos from IGN, or at least some of them. I'll give you a warning, obviously, before I do that. But first, I'm just going to kind of talk to you guys, go over some interviews. So if you're somebody that doesn't want to see anything, you don't want to risk anything, I'll give you that heads up. But I'm interested in seeing some more. Saying no spoilers. Well, I mean, I'm just going to assume that Insomniac is not out here spoiling their own game. I doubt they would do that. But yeah, some really, really good news regarding Spider-Man 2. And it's crazy, man, because I don't know. People continue to doubt PlayStation Studios, at least some people. They've been doubting Insomniac Games, and I've never understood that. And it's just kind of funny to me that here we are once again. You know, one of PlayStation Studios' best, maybe the best studio coming out. And surprising people, man, getting people excited. Herpy Derps just saying the video Marlin Gaming just showed had some spoilers in it. Well, maybe what I could do, because that's kind of weird to me. You know, maybe I should go check the comments on these videos and see what people are saying. I mean, I'm not seeing any comments saying that they spoiled anything. Everybody seems pretty happy, from what I can tell. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna, like, I wanted to watch it, so I think I'm gonna bring it up when we do. Not right now, but I mean, I get it. Some people just don't want to see any more of it. I get that. But yeah, I doubt there's any like major spoilers. I think some people consider spoilers like even just seeing a segment of the game. Like, I know that there's like some footage of Spider-Man in the symbiote suit fighting the lizard, you know? And it's like, well, I guess I could understand why some people see that as a bit of a spoiler. But I'm going to be watching it a little bit later. But we're going to talk for now, okay? New Soul 9. Yeah, so I'll just let you guys know, as always, if you appreciate my content here, if you appreciate the streams, if you want to show your support in a significant way, if you want to show your support directly, there are essentially 3 ways for you to do that. First, you can become a channel member. If you become a channel member, not only do you get to support me directly, but you get access to some exclusive members-only content, as well as some members-only emojis that you can use, custom emojis, in the chat and in comments. If you are already a channel member, please consider gifting channel memberships. I'm sure you guys continue to see that we have many very generous individuals here and supporters on the channel that continually give out membership gifts. It's a great way for you to support me directly, but also get the community directly involved. And if you don't want to do either of those things, or if you want to do another thing on top of that, you can donate a super chat, as New Soul 9 has done here. This is a great way for, again, not only for you to support me directly, but keep the conversation going in different and potentially interesting directions. And as I'm wrapping this up, I see that Zombie Dragon wants to start the day off by gifting a membership. Zombie Dragon, thank you, man. Zombie Dragon has been relatively consistent when it comes to gifting memberships, so it's nice to see you handing out another one there.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated, dude. So let me add that to the counter, and then New Soul 9, I'm going to read your super chats before we dive into some of these discussions. New Soul, you're saying, I hope they put the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit in the game. I imagine they're going to, right? Like, I have to imagine they're going to. I mean, they really were kind of bragging in the trailer we saw yesterday during the State of Play about how many suits they're going to have and how many different color combinations, and it's like over 200 or something like that. So, I mean, I'm assuming that will be a suit that's in there. And then you're also saying here, bigger in scope means the amount of things you can do, not just the world itself, but the amount of content itself that is in the game. I hope that helps you understand why people are saying bigger in scope. Yeah, definitely, man. It's, I mean, scope is just, it is a term that's used to describe these games, or like bigger games, like, how big is the scope? How wide is the scope? And you're saying here, it's the amount of things you can do in the world, not just the world itself. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, you can make the biggest open world ever, but if it's not dense and there's nothing to do inside of it, and it's just mostly empty space, I think a lot of people are going to be like disappointed in that, and saying, oh, this is a massive game in scope. It's not going to really mean much. And I see here that Zombie Dragon gifted another membership. So he gifted 2 memberships today. Appreciate that, bud. And then actually 3,000. Actually 3,000. The legend returns once again. Assuming that actually is excited for Spider-Man like many of us here today. I'm assuming everybody here is excited for Spider-Man. Thank you, actually. Thank you for once again showing incredible support, bud, and dropping 5 more membership gifts. I got to give you guys... I'm going to be doing a lot of Venoms today with the sound bites because... I mean, it's appropriate for today's stream, right? So,
thank you.
Exley, Zombie Dragon, thank you guys for getting a membership train started right off the bat. 7 members already. Love to see that support, guys. Love to see it. Saying I'm looking a little swole today. I mean, I did work out like 2 hours ago, so that's probably why. Maybe I still have a little bit of a pump, But I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. Nassim, you're saying, hi, MBG. I hope you and your family are well. Spider-Man 2 for Game of the Year. Well, me and my family are doing well. Appreciate you saying that, man. And yeah, I'm telling you, a lot of people, I'm going to try not to get too ranty today because it's not, I don't really think it's so much ranting as much as it's just kind of, I'm just going to express myself a little bit, right? Just going to express myself. I don't understand why people, again, have doubted Insomniac and have continued to doubt Insomniac. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. And Hellbound 1981, another legend. Dude, Hellbound. Actually, thank you guys. These guys consistently come into the stream. Even on days like today where it's not normally scheduled, it's an emergency stream, they stop by and they dole out more membership gifts to this community. Thank you, man. Hellbound, love to see it, man. Thank you for the just consistent support. You guys are amazing. It actually already brings us up to 12 members on the day. That's impressive. I'd say that's pretty damn impressive, guys. Yeah, W's in the chat. Let me see here. We have... So, Nassim, before I move on, I just wanted to say, dude, that, like, you're saying Spider-Man 2 for Game of the Year. I'm sure it is going to be in the running for Game of the Year. I feel that because... I feel that way simply because it's just like, look, I've been skeptical of people who are doubting Insomniac. I really have been. Like, and I've been seeing a lot of it. I mean, I remember after the showcase in May, look, we've criticized Sony's showcase this year for a lot of things, but one of the things they did get right, and one of the things that saved that showcase from being like a complete disaster, was that solid 10 minutes of Spider-Man 2 gameplay. And of course, it wasn't, the gold version of the game, so it wasn't perfect. It still obviously needed a little bit of polish, but I thought it looked really, really good. And it just kind of blew my mind to see so many people just being so down on it. Not you guys, but just generally speaking. Oh, it's a PS4 game. It's a PS4 game. It's like, it's nice to see Insomniac finally come out and flex a little bit and kind of shut this stuff down. It just reminds me of last year where it's like, oh, God of War Ragnarok, it's just DLC. It's just the same thing every year. There's always like a group of people where they just want these PlayStation Studio titles to fail. I don't know why. I don't know why. It has to be because they're PlayStation exclusives or from PlayStation themselves, because these are some of the best single-player games out there on the market, man. Like, I don't know why people would be rooting for these games to fail, or at the very least, downplaying them severely. And I get it. Spider-Man's not for everybody, but when you look at what Insomniac has done just simply this generation, I mean, you look at Spider-Man 2018, of course, but then you just look at their output with the PS5 so far. I mean, why are people doubting Insomniac? I could understand if you doubt maybe like, a different PlayStation studio. I don't know, like, I don't doubt Sucker Punch, but I could kind of see where people are like, oh, well, Sucker Punch got an 83 for Ghost of Tsushima on Metacritic, so maybe I'll temper my expectations. I don't feel that way, but like that's even a little bit more understandable. It just, I don't know, man. I don't get it. Yeah, maybe like Ben's studio. Maybe that's the better example. Like Days Gone didn't win everybody over, so maybe some people are going to be a little bit skeptical. It's like, we'll see. We'll let Ben kind of prove themselves some more here. But Insomniac, I guess what I'm trying to say, they have proven themselves multiple times. And it's just sad to me that, that we've seen so many people try so hard to be like, yeah, I don't know about that Spider-Man 2. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Insomniac has just proven they're literally one of the most talented development teams in the industry, one of the most consistent, and yeah. Yes, I should doubt Spider-Man. But yeah, I mean, truthfully, it's mostly trolling. I think that there are still plenty of people. I want to make sure we acknowledge the other side as well. This entire time, there have been plenty of people who've been excited for Spider-Man 2 and see that there's clearly something of quality coming from Insomniac once again. Lucky Raygun, you're saying PlayStation buying Insomniac was one of the best decisions they ever made. They are carrying the PS5 generation. 100%. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. That is, I mean, I can't even add anything more to that. That's 100% true. It doesn't get any more true than that. No doubt. And Jay Shako coming in out of literally nowhere. Jay, if I'm not mistaken, man, I think this is your first time gifting memberships, bro. Jay comes in and he says, you know what? Let's keep the membership train going today. I'm assuming Jay Shako is hyped for Spider-Man. He has to be. Because he just came out, he's like, let's drop a 10 bomb. Let's drop a 10 bomb. Thank you, dude, Jay Shako. Thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate that kind of support, dude. You just brought us up to 22 members on the day. Practically halfway to our goal. And not even 20 minutes into the stream. Jay does it, man. Yeah, W's in the chat for Jay Shako. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being so generous to one another. And me. So let me update that there. So yeah. Jay drops a 10 bomb. I'm surprised, man. Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. I really do appreciate that. And Chris, dude, we can't even get into Spider-Man 2 yet because Chris B is like, you know what? Let's do another 10 bomb. How about that? Let's drop another 10 membership gifts. God damn, dude. Incredible. Chris B coming in, following up Jay Shako, basically 20 memberships gifted. Let's get some W's in the chat. Dude, 32 people gifted memberships already, 32 new members, gaining access to some exclusive content, being part of this community. Love to see it, dude. Thank you guys so much, not just for the support, but for continuing to grow the membership community. It's really awesome to see. It's really awesome to see that consistent type of support. So membership train in full swing here. 32 members. Chris, I got to give you another Venom. I apologize if you hear Venom too many times over the course of this stream, but it's necessary. And I got to do a Crazy Arnold. I feel like I haven't done a Crazy Arnold in a while. So there you go. Chris B, thank you again, man. Jay Shako, you guys are amazing. Let me update this one more time. I have a couple more super chats here to get to. And we'll get this thing going. Let's see. And really quick, we have Brandon Epting. He decided, you know what? I want to become a member. Brandon, big shout out to you, my friend. And I just want to take a second here. I know I'm long-winded, but I have to give the thanks, man. Shout out to you, Brandon, and shout out to everybody who either opts in to become a channel member, like just not waiting for a gift, but instead, you know what, you're saying, I do want to be a member. And especially to everybody who consistently, remains a member month over month over month. It really does mean a lot. That type of direct support is truly the difference maker on the channel here. So Brandon, welcome aboard, man. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Appreciate that. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brandon. He brings us up to 33 members.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, man. And keeping it flowing here, we have, let me see, we have Josh. Josh says, I am one of the people that is not mad about first party only having Spider-Man 2 in a year like this. I'm just getting to Star Wars now. There's too much to play. Yeah, that's another really interesting conversation that we've had, right? And Brandon's saying he loves the channel. Dude, appreciate that, man. I'm glad you enjoy the content. Josh says, I super chat like a madman, but I don't buy memberships. Well, either way, man, that's the thing. Both are equal in the sense that they are supporting the channel directly. So whether it's a super chat or a membership, it's still appreciated, dude. Trust me. And I think we have a very healthy balance of both here on the channel, which I think is good. But when it comes to the conversation around Sony's first party, yeah, dude, so this is where I might go on my first little tangent here, and forgive me, or just allow me, I should say, to do this, because I was surprised a little bit yesterday, man. I was. And I would have been better off just like not reading other people's opinions and just staying off the internet after I finished watching yesterday's State of Play, because here's the situation. After yesterday's State of Play, I thought it was good. I mean, I don't think it was the literal best thing I've ever seen. Certainly not. It was redundant in a sense. Like, I get that. It was a little bit redundant because all the games we saw, were already announced. And so, yeah, we can acknowledge that it was lacking in terms of new announcements, but they did prepare us for that. So it's not like we were going in blindsided or we got blindsided. And I thought it was a great State of Play. I enjoyed it. But what really surprised me is when I was done the stream and I was kind of like looking around and seeing what people were saying, like in my comment section, on the State of Play comment section, and other people's, forums on Twitter. A lot of people were really down on it. And I just was very, kind of confused, I guess. But when I tried to make sense of it, I'm like, why? Like, how can a State of Play show this much, like, quality stuff, I think? Because I know that I know you're saying those are Xbots. I know it's not everybody. Like, there are some people who just genuinely think it was kind of lacking. And I had to think, like, what would be the reason for that, truthfully? And I think the only valid reasoning that I could come up with is simply that, is that, oh, well, I wanted new game announcements, and that's what I want to see. And I've seen, people expressing that, like, I want more first party stuff from Sony. And, I'm at a point, I'm kind of at a loss at this point where it's like, I don't really know what to tell those people. I think it's fine. I think that's a fine thing to want from Sony and to basically ask for right now. But I just think that these people it would make it easier for them potentially to not feel so, expecting of that at this moment, knowing that, dude, why does anybody think Sony's going to get in the way of their own game? Like, this is not the time for, no matter what you expect, this is simply not the time for Sony to announce new first party games. Maybe after Spider-Man 2, but definitely not now. I just don't understand why people are just seemingly so unhappy with everything Sony does. I'm not saying that they have to be happy, but just really expressing that just, yeah, that was a totally mid state of play. And maybe it's just me. Like this, I just felt like I was kind of on the outside looking in a little bit, where it's like, really? Like that was mid? That was just okay? And maybe for some people, yeah, or maybe a lot of people, maybe more people than I thought. And I was just caught off guard by this. But I don't know. I guess another thing that kind of made me feel like maybe a little bit more amped up, I guess you could say, or just have more confidence in general, is just knowing that regardless of how the state of play goes, the Spider-Man 2 previews are dropping today, and they did. And that's what we're going to talk about momentarily here. And yeah, you can kind of, you can begin to understand like, oh, right, this is what Sony does. This is what they do best. You're saying I'm obsessed with Spider-Man. I'm actually an outlier in this case. I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with Spider-Man. I mean, maybe lately I've been definitely fixated on it. But make no mistake, like I am just as fixated in some sense on the other games that PlayStation has in development. The only thing that I think I've accepted and I've come to terms with, and I guess that maybe this is what frustrates some PlayStation fans, I've come to terms with, dude, the rest of this year is Spider-Man. And the first couple of months of next year is Spider-Man. Like January, February, it's Spider-Man, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy. That's it. Like I've come to terms with that. And I could be angry and be like, that's not enough, Sony. And it's like, it doesn't matter whether I think that's enough. That's what it is. That's what it will be. And if we're going to learn about, these other PlayStation studios and their games that they're working on, it's not going to happen until at least after February next year. And I've just come to terms with that and accepted that. And I think the difference between me and a lot of people with that state of play yesterday is I went into that state of play with that mindset. Just knowing like we're not getting new game announcements and we're not getting anything first party. And yet Spider-Man still showed up, which was cool. You're saying so basically copium. I mean, I don't like my definition of copium, because I know that's a term people love to use, is it implies that like you have to just like, oh man, this is bad, but I just have no choice but to accept that it's bad. Like I don't think it's bad. I think it could be better. Of course, it could always be better, but I don't think it's bad. And that to me is what is blowing my mind a little bit about PlayStation this year, is people have consistently tried to tell me and others that you shouldn't be happy with this, man. Like you shouldn't be happy with this. Like this isn't enough. Demand more. And it's like, first off, me and many others have been. But why does that have to mean that like you either have to love it or hate it? What if it's just like good or sometimes okay? Like that's okay. That happens with every game platform. And actually that's kind of a thing based off of what I can tell that happens almost every generation with PlayStation, where there's like 1 year in the console's life cycle where like it's a little bit sparse, right? And it's just not as strong. But that's the thing, dude, is like we could sit here and say, man, and it's funny because somebody showed me a list of games yesterday, and they brought up this picture, and they basically said, like, how much longer are people going to tolerate this? Sony's first party output this year was terrible. And they had, I think, like 4 games there. There was MLB The Show, Horizon Call the Mountain, Spider-Man. There was something else in there. I'm forgetting what it was. But Spider-Man 2. And it's so weird because above that was Xbox, and Xbox had like one more game, like one other game or 2 more games other than Sony. It was like a Minecraft game and I think like Hi-Fi Rush, and I think they even put Redfall in there. And it's like, I get it, man. Like I get it, but I'm like, it's just, to me, that the thing that was surprising is like, you're insinuating that we need to like crucify Sony for this, when in reality, it's like, dude, Spider-Man 2 is, I'm not going to say it's bigger than any other game on that list, because maybe it's a little bit, pompous. I don't know that, but it's one of the absolute biggest games that's going to drop this year. Just look at the excitement that people have from these previews. The interviews that Insomniac, like, they've been quiet for so long in the sense that they're not really talking that much, but now they're talking like a lot, and you can just immediately sense the shift in the room. Like, the energy has just shifted where it's like, oh shit, Sony's about to do it again, aren't they? Like, yes, they are. This is why I'm saying, why do people do this, man? Like, why do people go through this cycle of like, man, I don't know, Sony lost it. Sony lost it. Like, okay, get back to me when Spider-Man 2 drops, and let me know how much Sony lost it. Should there, do we want more big first-party games yearly? Yes, we do. And Sony's working towards that, obviously. And there have been many years. Like, I just love, dude. I love how it's just like, yeah, you remember that time when Sony dropped Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, and God of War Ragnarok all in the same year? Yeah, I do remember that time. That was literally last year. That's absolutely wild output, dude, considering how big each of those games are. Like, that is huge. But that doesn't mean anything during this conversation. Like, that doesn't count for anything. Like, I just hate that. I hate that, because it's like, if you're gonna be critical, you have to consider the whole thing, the bigger picture. That's all I'm trying to say. And yeah, that is true. I agree. They can't do that every year. I think they'll try their best, but you're talking about 3 massive AAA titles that have been in development for like 5+ years. Yeah, that's not going to happen every year. That's insane. That's insane. They always act like it's their first rodeo, MBG. I know. And that's just what's a little bit frustrating. But at the same time, this is nice. Like, I do want to segue into, I know I'm being like, again, ranty and whatever, but the reality is this is actually very, very nice, because yes, here we are finally, where Insomniac Games is talking, and you can tell, you can just tell, dude, that this game, Spider-Man 2, is just gushing with quality. It is. It's going to be one of the highest quality games that comes out this year. And that's saying something, because this year has had an insane amount of games. And so, getting back to what you said, Josh, I think this is actually a good way to just come full circle here. You're saying there's just too many games to play. I'm not in any rush right now. I'm really not. You're absolutely correct. There are simply too many games to play. We're entering the holiday season. There's going to be so many games launching in such a short period of time. And one of those games is going to be a Sony title. So I'm good for the rest of the year. I'm going to be good for the beginning of next year, especially February. February, dude. Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy in the same day, the same month. That's it's looking good. So in case you can't tell, I agree with you, Josh. All this to say, I agree with your chat. And Josh, again, you're saying someone chatted you yesterday saying they like to play more than 2 games a year, and that is a crazy comment. LOL, this year is packed no matter what. It's smart that Helldivers moved to February, packed next few months. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was really thinking about how detrimental it probably would have been for Helldivers 2 to launch. Even December, like, a lot of games avoid December because it misses the kind of Black Friday holiday shopping window, usually. But when I consider that Helldivers 2, yeah, I don't think it needs to be in the mix right now. You got games like Mortal Kombat dropping, Starfield just dropped, Baldur's Gate 3, then, very little breathing room in between. You're going to be getting Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2. I'm sure, obviously, there's a ton of other games I'm forgetting to even mention. The new Avatar game, and I'm sure you guys in the chat will. Yeah, Liza P just is coming out too, and there's many others. I'm forgetting to name many games, but that's the thing. There's just too many to keep track of. So, them coming out and just being like, yeah, we're gonna do February next year. Oh, and sorry, man, I apologize. I was sowing my own rent. We have Steranko. Let's get some W's in the chat for Steranko, because Steranko says, you know what? We're at 33 members. Let's get us to 34. He drops a membership. Steranko, I'm not sure. I know I've seen a super chat from you before, but I'm not. Is this your first time gifting a membership, dude? Well, even if it isn't, thank you so much, right? Either way, I'm always just interested to know sometimes whether or not it's the first time you're gifting a membership, because again, we have so many generous people here. It's impossible to keep track of everything. But Steranko, thank you for that, bud. Let me add that to the membership counter. Already doing some great numbers today, which is always very nice to see. Very nice to see. But yeah, Josh, I don't understand that. I don't understand how, like, oh, we expect more than 2 games a year. I get it. But it's like, look, man, in a year like this, 2023, if there was ever a year where, frankly, it's like, okay, maybe you put out Horizon Call of the Mountain. I mean, you put out PSVR 2, a whole new piece of hardware. MLB The Show. Yeah, and Forspoken, it's not first party, but maybe none of this is like mind-blowing. And Final Fantasy 16 as well. I know that's not first party, but still a bigger release for PS5, certainly one of the biggest this year. But when it comes to first party, I get what's like, really, I guess Spider-Man 2 is the only one. Yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm just going to be straight up right now. If Sony told me, listen, realistically, we're only able to launch one big single player game a year. I mean, like, big single player game, like God of War, Spider-Man 2 a year. And we can only do it that way because this is how long these development cycles are. I'd say, okay. Okay. Like, as long as the quality is there, that's what matters to me. And if they can ever do more than that, well, that's just icing on the cake, dude. But that's the thing, is like, that's not going to happen, or at least that's rarely going to happen, because it's just like, you have so many studios, you have so many games in development, there are just going to be years where you have more than one game. That's it. That's all it is. Did I see that Final Fantasy Rebirth is a 3-month timed exclusive? I did see that. Yeah. Pretty interesting stuff. We'll talk more about that. Yeah, I'm getting off track here. Let me get to the rest of these super chats, and then I definitely have to dive into Spider-Man, because we're almost 40 minutes into the stream and I haven't really talked about Spider-Man yet. So I apologize about that. Let me see. So Josh, yeah, thank you for the super chat, bud. We have Josh again. Sorry, man. Josh with another super chat. He said, and thank you. He says, seeing the roadmap right now, I bet the next state of play is April or March 2024, and we don't get a showcase until May or June next year. We'll get a couple of announcements at TGA. Yes, I probably should have mentioned this yesterday, but naturally, we had the state of play happen. People are going to wonder when. So when's the next time? I know it sounds silly, but like, when's the next time Sony's going to do a show or talk? The Game Awards. Sony's going to be at the Game Awards, and they're likely going to have a couple of announcements. So that will be the next time. That's in about 3 months. So yeah, basically, it seems like there's kind of this cycle, like every 3 months or so. Every 3 months or so, we get something from Sony. So I agree with that, Josh. And when it comes to the showcase, yeah, I'm looking at May or June of next year, which is a little ways away, but we're being realistic here. Pig Roach, you're saying Sony had their secret showcase. How would you rate it? No, well, there was no secret showcase, dude. Obviously, unless Sony does something absolutely mind-blowing next month and they're like, here's a showcase. Not going to happen, obviously. But no, there was no secret showcase. So yeah, for people like myself and others who are really holding out hope, definitely disappointing in that regard. But I feel like, I don't know, man, Sony's kind of making up for it, where it's like, hey, you have a good state of play, what I thought was a good state of play, and you ready to get hyped for Spider-Man 2? You ready to talk about it? You want to learn more about Spider-Man 2? It's like, yeah, I do. I really do. So I'm good. Yeah, I'm good for now. And let me see, we got Sean, you're saying looking forward to my collector's edition Spider-Man 2 and my 19-inch Venom. Let's go. Yeah, me too, dude. It's funny because now that's forever going to be associated with this Venom statue. Just it's my 19 inches of Venom has arrived. So I'm looking forward to it as well. Pushing polygons, you're saying MBG, here's the thing. I think they could announce a first party live. I'm assuming you meant to say live there because anything they got coming is not till mid 2024, so doesn't take away. They could. Yeah. That's the thing though. Like they could absolutely, but I just have this strong feeling that they just don't feel like they need it. Regardless of what the fan base thinks, I think Sony right now is like, dude, Spider-Man 2 is it's going to dominate the conversation for the remainder of the year. It is. I don't know. Maybe until the Game Awards. Maybe at the Game Awards, it'll probably play a role in that. But until the Game Awards, it's just going to dominate the conversation. Sony knows that. So, I just, if you're in Sony's position, I feel like you're probably thinking, we could announce something now, but maybe the fans will just be okay and happy enough with Spider-Man 2. And sales-wise, it'll certainly be enough. Coming over, Leia? Leia decided she wanted to join us here. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying, pushing polygons, no doubt. And Doolin Jones, thank you for the 20, man. Thank you for the 20. That's very kind of you. You're saying, boy. I can't do it. His voice is just too deep, man. Kratos is too manly. I can't replicate that manliness. As I'm a PlayStation fan and a Spider-Man fan as well, I'm hyped for this game. It's going to be freaking amazing and kick-ass. A kick-ass off Starfield. I don't know exactly what you were trying to say there. From Xbox, I'm going to predict Spider-Man 2 Metacritic 90. By the way, State of Play was really good. 8.5 out of 10 for me. Yeah, that's kind of where I am, honestly. To me, it was like an 8, 8.5. And if we're grading it, I definitely give it an A just because there were so many games that I am excited for that we saw. Maybe a B. I mean, I guess it's kind of interchangeable for me. I think Helldivers 2 is what made it an A for me because I'm very excited for that game. But yeah, man, the hype is real right now. The hype is real. And dude, I just want to say, because you're saying accept baby steps. Dude, baby steps is becoming like a meme a little bit. And people keep posting pictures of this game in response to the State of Play. And I'm like, see, this is how you know. Right? Like, this is how you know, like, there are just straight haters out there that, I mean, they just won't quit, dude. But I will say that game Baby Steps, it did look pretty funny. It did. I'm a little bit interested in this game because it's so bizarre. Like I kept making the bad joke that, oh, is this Death Stranding 2? But like it clearly wasn't. But yeah, dude, I don't know. People are using this Baby Steps game as like ammunition where it's like, LOL, it's like, did you not watch the fucking State of Play, man? Like, what are you going on about? People are ridiculous, dude. Yeah, I will agree with that, actually. Questionable way to start the show. They really make it sound like, you guys ready? You guys ready for the State of Play? Here's our show opener. Baby Steps. Good stuff. But Doolin Jones, dude, thank you for the 20. It's very kind of you. And yeah, man, I'm just going to say what I said a moment ago. Spider-Man 2 is getting ready to suck up all the oxygen in the room. It's already beginning. And this is the game that's going to have the spotlight on it for the next 3 months, basically, or 2.5 months. And Sony knows that. They're going to lean into that. And yeah, the hype is real, man. The hype is absolutely real. Ruben Martinez, thank you for the 5. You're saying, I love PlayStation, but that State of Play was so unnecessary. I don't get what they were trying to accomplish. I mean, I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I guess maybe it's just a different mindset that people have, because I have seen some people saying that, like, it just seemed unnecessary. To me, the purpose of that state of play, and I think this is just where people have to try, you have to accept it fully and be like, yeah, this is great, but try to understand that sometimes these state of plays are simply there to give you updates on games in the same way that like a blog post would, but in a video format. I mean, my whole thing is that I know there are people who watch these state of plays and they don't read the blog post or the description, but I really would encourage everybody to make sure you read that stuff, because Sony is literally telling you, this is what this show is. This is what this show is. So if you go into it expecting anything else, that's on you at that point. And so maybe calling it unnecessary, I can get that. I can understand that, but it's just like, I don't know what to tell people that are like really upset about it. I mean, it happens, dude. Like, this is just sometimes what state of play is. State of play just means here are games that we announced that we haven't talked about in a while. Here's some updates on them. And this is what I just don't understand sometimes is people, sometimes I imagine how frustrating it must be if you're like in charge of this stuff and you're trying to like, if you're trying to like gauge this type of stuff and understand like, well, what do they want? What do they want? Oh my God, who knows anymore, right? Like, who knows anymore what anybody wants? So they're probably just being like, well, this is what we're gonna do. And Omen 86 returning with a membership gift, rounding it up, getting us to 35 members. Omen, thank you so much for that, man. Omen, thank you for all the support you've been showing the channel, dude. It's incredibly kind of you, incredibly generous. Really appreciate it. So 35 members on the day. You guys are amazing. Venino, you're saying EBG still waiting for The Last of Us God of War 18 moment of the on the PS5. I am too. And that I do agree with. I think Spider-Man 2 is, for as big and exciting as it is, you're right, man. Like, we haven't gotten that Last of Us God of War 2018 moment, but it is worth noting that those moments both times have come later in the generation. And I think they are coming. Absolutely. Absolutely, I think they're coming. And I think people just still have to keep that in mind, that those moments that we're talking about, they came a little bit later in the generation. And Omen 86, dude, Omen 86 is saying, you know what? We're not just doing one membership. We're dropping 5 more. Another 5 bomb. Omen gets us to 40 members on the day. You guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane. Omen, there's a Jin Sakai for you, bud. Thank you so much, man. That's 6 memberships. Let me update this. 10 away from the goal, guys. Very impressive stuff with this community. As always. As always. Holy shit. Yeah, really. It's crazy. What about the Bloodborne moment? Yeah, that's true. There hasn't been a Bloodborne moment yet. I don't know. The second half of this generation is going to be very interesting. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, we got Omen with a super chat as well. Thank you, dude. You're saying Sony never lost it. It's all fake narrative made up by delusional Xbots who pretend like their platform hasn't been irrelevant for over a decade now. Dude, there is more truth to the statement than I would like to admit, because it sounds like aggressive what you're saying. Like, oh, that's console war shit. But like, it's fucking true. It's sad and it's true. The amount of people that I have seen jump on the Xbox bandwagon that didn't give a fuck about Xbox, like 8 to fucking 12 months ago, is crazy. And I get it. Like, they actually have some exciting things happening for them, but then people get fucking toxic. And you know why they get toxic? Because you get these like Xbox figureheads, you know, these Xbox executives where they're like, we're just going to like kind of lean into this whole community aspect. Like, yeah, oh, you mean inviting like known toxic console warrior fanboys to your events and basically giving them a bigger platform? Right. They do shit like that. And then it just kind of, you know, it kind of festers online, on the internet, on Twitter, and all these spaces, and it grows and it grows and it grows, and it just becomes a normalized thing. And it's like, dude, really quick. Herpy Derps, dude, another legend. Herpy Derps comes in and he says, let's drop 10 more memberships today and hit our goal. Guys, we're at 50 members on the day at the 50-minute mark. At the 50-minute mark of the stream. Look at how that works out. Herpy Derps, dude, massive. Thank you guys so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for everybody who's been gifting out gifting memberships and handing them out.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I got to give you a bunch of sound bites there. Yeah, 50-50, man. 50 memberships at the 50-minute mark. Absolutely love to see it. I got to say something here. And after that, I'm going to update the member goal. I'm going to read the rest of these chats, and then we are going to talk about Spider-Man. But I have to say this. I just saw that the NPD data, the NPD report, I think they're called Circana now, but the data, the hard factual data came out once again, this time for the month of August. PS5 led not only sales, but in dollars, just straight up money spent. The month before Starfield comes out, Sony still has the top spot in the US. This is not me bragging, because it doesn't matter to me, really. I mean, that's good for Sony, but I'm pointing this out to make something clear that I've said. People have been trying to say over and over again, hey, this is about competition, and Microsoft's about to bring that competition. No, they are not. They are not. This is proof. This is literal, tangible proof of that. If there was ever a month, now maybe September will be different. Dude, I will tell you right now, if so may God have mercy on Xbox console owners' souls. As dramatic as that sounds. If we get the September NPD report and the PS5 still outsold it, oh my God, that can't happen. That can't happen, dude. That cannot happen. But I'll tell you, August, that should have been a month where Xbox took the lead because of the hype surrounding Starfield. It should have. It should have. And it didn't. And I'm not saying that because, Xbox still sucks. No, it's fine. Maybe it's just simply because of Game Pass and the fact that Game Pass is available outside the console. I'm not trying to shit on the console. I'm simply trying to tell you, this is why Sony's not fucking worried, man. This is why. Because Sony's looking at that data and they're like, August was one of the quietest months for Sony. Meanwhile, Starfield hype is everywhere around you. And Sony just walks away being like, yeah, we still sold the most consoles and we still made the most money. It's just, and you still have people out here being like, and Sony's got to do this and Sony's got to do that. Dude, Sony doesn't have to fucking do anything. And I'm not saying that as a fan because I want them to do more things. I'm just saying objectively, factually, based off the fucking raw data, they don't have to do anything. And they're still doing stuff. They didn't have to do that state of play yesterday. They don't have to do these Spider-Man 2 previews. Dude, they could just wait until the week before Spider-Man launches and do marketing then, and they would be just fine. So I'm not saying they're doing more than they need to. They're definitely not. They're doing just about the right amount, I would say. A little bit more would be nice. But I just need people when they're having these conversations and when they are kind of having these little spats and these arguments to just realize the data paints a very, very clear picture. And until that data starts to change, maybe next month, maybe next quarter, maybe next year, I don't know what people are expecting Sony to do. Should Sony be scared? Should Sony be like, oh my God, Starfield's coming and we're still selling more consoles? We're still making more money than them? I mean, what do you do with that? We have Spider-Man 2 coming, and people are really excited for it, and that's going to make us even more money and even more sales. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, really just use that, just get in that type of mindset, because it's just, you don't have to agree with it, but it's just the way it is, man. So it'll be very interesting next month to get data for September when it comes to the consoles and stuff, and how Sony's doing, how Microsoft's doing, because I do expect Microsoft to come out on top 100%, not only in console sales, but dollars. But I am a little bit surprised that, August somehow still went to Sony. I don't know how that is, but you know what? Let me point this out as well, just to be totally fair. It is worth noting, and I think this actually is a difference maker. It is worth noting that Sony did put the PS5 on sale. They did in multiple regions, not like by a crazy amount, but in some regions like the UK by a pretty significant amount. So I do want to point that out. That could have been the difference maker for all we know. And I don't know, maybe that's why Sony decided to do it. They're like, we want to get number one. We want to make sure we stay number one. I don't know. That could have been the reason. But I just had to point that out because it's just like, Omen, I get it, man. You're saying Sony never really lost it. They didn't. I don't know. I don't know why people say that. Like, they've been doing pretty good, man. They have been. Not just like, I'm not just saying, oh, they're selling consoles, so they're doing good. No, I think just game-wise, they've still been pretty consistent. I've already talked extensively about how maybe 2023 needed to be a little bit better, certainly, and a little bit beefier, I guess you could say. But, it doesn't take away everything that they've been doing this entire generation. And we'll see, man. Like I said, I hope and I suspect that we're going to get that like God of War 2018 moment, that Last of Us moment, as we go further into this generation. You're saying, why is the unit sold the arbiter of who's number one? That's the thing, is it's really not, because people will say, well, dude, like, Microsoft said that they don't care about console sales anymore. So what does it matter? And yeah, that is true. I'm not saying Microsoft's upset. Keep in mind, like, I'm not even trying to paint it as like Microsoft lost. I mean, I understand maybe it sounds that way, but it's not. That's not the situation. The situation is Microsoft, they don't care about console sales, but they've released they have a game that just came out that is supposed to be a system seller to an extent, and I'm just simply saying that if the idea was Starfield's going to be the thing that really puts pressure on Sony and gives them serious competition. No. Seemingly right now, based off the data, it doesn't seem that is what's going to happen or what is happening. And some might say that's bad, right? Like, we want Sony to feel that pressure. We want Sony to feel like, oh man, maybe our sales are slipping, or we're number 2 this month, or number 3 or something. And then it's like, well, now we gotta do something significant. So I get that. I understand why people do want that to happen, but I'm just simply trying to let people know that that's not happening right now. Seemingly, it's not. And you got to take that for what it is. So I'm not saying it's the be-all, end-all. It's certainly not. But it does give us critical information and insight. That's what it's about. It's about getting insight into, okay, well, why is Sony doing this? Probably because they don't feel like there's any competition right now, or very little pressure. That's probably why. That's all. Zombie Dragon, you're saying, even if Spider-Man got no marketing, it would still be a great game. Just look at Baldur's Gate 3 marketing doesn't mean everything. That's true. Yeah, that is true. I mean, sometimes a game just has to speak for itself. And I think Baldur's Gate 3 is a prime example of a title where it didn't have the biggest, certainly not the biggest marketing budget. It did have some marketing, but it wasn't like over the top or anything. And yet it wouldn't surprise me if it goes down as like one of the most talked about games, if not the most talked about game of the year, depending, right? Especially as we get closer to the Game Awards. But yeah, in the case of that title, it's just we made a really good game and people really liked it, and gamers had something to say about it. They wanted to tell people about this game. And you kind of love to see that, right? Because it does still prove that marketing dollars aren't everything. A lot of times it really does come down to just like, do people love this game or not? Because if gamers love the game, you'll hear it talked about. It'll make the rounds, regardless of how many marketing dollars are put towards it. We have J-Dub. J-Dub with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that, man. You're saying, what's good, man? State of Play and Spidey Blowout dropped like a nuke. Imagine when Wolverine drops for PS5 Pro next year. Spider-Man 2 will get a 92 to 94. That's a bold prediction, man. A 92 or 94 on Metacritic. I mean, a 94 would be wild. Straight up. Like, that would be crazy. I was impressed with God of War Ragnarok getting a 94 because I was fairly certain it wasn't going to match God of War 2018, but it did. And Spider-Man, if I'm not mistaken, 2018 has an 87, I think, on Metacritic. So, yeah, dude, between a 92 and 94, that would be genuinely shocking. Not that I'm saying they can't do it. It's just that to go from like, yeah, our first game was an 87, our sequel's like a 92 or a 93. That's like, damn. I mean, that's an impeccable game right there. I think for me, I'm kind of sitting between I'm hovering anywhere between 88 and 90 when it comes to the Metacritic score for Spider-Man 2. I could see it hitting an 88. I could also see it hitting a 90. If it goes above a 90, that's but yeah, you know what? I kind of do get that though. Like the stuff I was hearing from the previews and how good this game, like in terms of just the improvements that were made and how Insomniac is really just making this a much bigger, better version, in a lot of ways and adding like meaningful improvements, maybe we could see it, go past the 90 mark. And yeah, talking about Wolverine, dude, you guys know, for me, Spider-Man 2 is kind of the appetizer here. I mean, maybe that's a crazy way to put it for a lot of people, but I am so fucking hyped for Wolverine. It's not even funny, dude. It's not. I'm gonna hit the roof when we see that gameplay for the first time. And yes, PS5 Pro. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. The PS5 Pro, in the sense that, as you can see by my title, we're getting some pretty crazy news from a technical level about Spider-Man 2 running on PS5 that really makes me wonder, dude, what is the PS5 Pro going to end up doing for games? Because if this is what Insomniac is doing right now on the base PS5, I can only imagine what they're going to do with Wolverine on the Pro. That's going to be wild. So I really appreciate the super chat, man, and I agree. I think that state of play was good, dude. I do. I stand by that. I think that was a good state of play, straight up. So very much appreciate it. We have Albert Ellison. Thank you for the 5. You're saying, haven't been here since the soul-crushing showcase, but Final Fantasy 16 helped, and now the hype is back after yesterday. Hope you and the family are doing well. Well, thank you, man. We are doing well. And yeah, dude, that this soul-crushing showcase, yeah, man, I don't think we'll ever forget that showcase. It was definitely soul-crushing to a degree, certainly. But I did, I don't know if I mentioned it at the time, but it is true that Final Fantasy 16 was basically like the, I don't know, man. It was the game we needed at that time. It was. We needed that game when it came out, and it did its job, dude. It did. It served its purpose and then some. So I'm glad Final Fantasy 16 helped, and we'll see. We'll see what the next PlayStation Showcase ends up bringing, probably some time from now, but. MBG had harsh words after that showcase. You're saying I took it back? Well, it's not that I took it back. It's just there's that, you have your emotional in the moment, just off the cuff feelings. And then you have your, all right, I'm calmed down now and I've processed everything. These are my feelings in a more calm manner. But generally speaking, the sentiment remains the same. Straight up, that showcase wasn't good enough. It wasn't. I think everybody agreed with that, or can agree with that. Not saying the thing I just want to say real quick is that I do sometimes think people are a bit much where they're like, that was the biggest piece of fucking shit I've ever seen. Like, come on, like, go look back in history. Like, dude, there are some way worse shows, dude. Way worse than that. But that was pretty bad. Yeah. You're saying you loved it. Interesting. See, not everybody hated it. Second Coming, you're saying PS5 biggest game this year will be Xbox first party Modern Warfare 3. That's why they were so against this deal. That is funny to think, yeah. That is funny to think. I mean, I haven't been talking about it too much, and we're going to learn about that probably soon. I'm just assuming that the next thing we hear from the whole ABK deal, the next thing we hear is that it went through. The CMA approved it, and that'll be that. I don't know that that's going to have any impact on this year's Call of Duty. But yeah, that's the thing, dude. Microsoft doesn't have to worry anymore. They don't about their output because Microsoft is going to be able to say going forward every year, Call of Duty, we got a banger. Certified banger every year, every November, like clockwork. And there's nothing that can be said or done about that unless Call of Duty eventually just goes in the shitter. But even if that happens, it's going to be a long time from now. Call of Duty is a game that's here to stay, certainly, for at least another decade at the minimum, but probably longer than that. And so, yeah, it is incredibly ironic to think that one of Sony's top-selling games every year on their platform is just going to be a Microsoft title. That I'm sure that probably makes them a little bit frustrated. No doubt about it. Severin Evans, you're saying, MBG, don't turn this into a pissing contest. It's unnecessary. You're just feeding trolls and giving them ammo. Don't feed the negativity of others. I know, man. I apologize. It's tough not to sometimes, It really is because it's just like I'm not... Sure, I'm a fanboy, whatever. I get it. But it's just like the amount of bullshit that I have to see, like on a monthly basis, it is just so hard when it's like, you see, guys, like it's really not as bad as y'all made it sound. It's really not. Because when you guys are getting your wins and you're all high and mighty, I get that, but I understand. I'm not trying to feed the trolls or anything like that or give them ammo, but I put this tweet out earlier today, and I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit surprised, not completely, a little bit surprised just how upset some people got over it. Where I said, because Insomniac Games confirmed we're gonna get a what I assume will be an upscaled 4K, because that's what they've always done in their performance modes, an upscaled 4K, 60 FPS performance mode with ray tracing. That's insane. I don't know how Insomniac's doing it, but that's insane. That's been confirmed. Some people are thinking it's not going to be 4K. They're like, did they say 4K? They technically didn't, but come on, guys. Like, when has Insomniac done a 60 FPS performance mode that's not upscaled to 4K? They've never done that. They've done it for Miles. They've done it for Ratchet. They did it for Spider-Man 2018. Although the Spider-Man remastered. Like, it would be actually very strange if they didn't do 4K. Ray tracing is enabled on every mode, but I put out this tweet and I said, it's good to know we won't have to be spending our time justifying Spider-Man 2 being locked at 30 FPS on the PS5. And I get it. That people are going to get upset about that because, like, you're talking about Starfield. Actually, and this is how I fucking know that these dipshits they're the first to say something, but they don't fucking pay attention. They don't. oh, you're just a fucking fanboy. You're just talking about Starfield. I didn't fucking say shit about Starfield, buddy. Straight up. You did, not me. Not my fucking problem if the first game that pops into your head when I say 30 FPS is Starfield, that's a you problem. If people paid attention, they would know that I have had to bear witness to dozens of fucking comments, replies on Twitter. Yeah, don't be surprised when Spider-Man 2's locked at 30 FPS. They ain't going to hit 60 FPS. Just motherfuckers doubting Insomniac over and over and over again. So yes, when I say it's great that we're not going to have to spend our fucking time justifying that this game's locked at 30 FPS, not even a fucking conversation we have to have. And you know what? That's a fucking W, straight up. That is a win for Insomniac. It's a win for the PS5. It's a win for Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 2 fans. What the fuck does that have to do with Starfield? These people are projecting their bullshit onto anything I say. Now, granted, I guess maybe if you're reading shit on Twitter, you're reading it. You don't know how I'm saying it. But like, where are all the people? I need to know. Where are all the people that told me Spider-Man 2 probably not going to run at 60 FPS? Probably going to be 30, right? Where are they? You know what they're doing? They're busy out here. You're thinking about Starfield. You're still talking about Starfield. I'll tell you right now, dude, the conversation around Starfield, it's over. It's fucking over, dude. It is. There's nothing left to say. I am the same person, and this is how again, Smurf, I'm going to get to this, bro. You know these people don't pay attention to a fucking single thing I say, dude. They just wait. How many times have I said on this channel, multiple, you tell me, how many times have I said, yeah, I guess it's okay that Starfield's 30 FPS. Everybody seems to be okay with it. If everybody's okay with it, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not playing it. Sorry, maybe I'm swearing too much. I'm heated right now. But how many times have I said that? Anybody who has actually been listening to me will know that I've said that numerous times. Numerous times. It is what it is, man. If people are going to get upset because I'm stating a fact, well, that's their problem, not mine. You want to get upset because I'm saying it's good that Spider-Man 2 isn't 30 FPS and we don't have to worry about justifying that? Then get upset about it. But the rest of us are going to be enjoying that fact. I swear, man. I swear. People, it is genuinely a case of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Did I have to say that? No, I didn't have to say that. But then again, does anybody have to type anything on Twitter? No, nobody has to type literally anything on Twitter. But we all do it, or at least a lot of us do. So let's not go there, okay? Let's not go, well, did you have to? Nobody has to do shit. But yeah, dude, that's the reality. People are getting triggered by just a straight up fact where it's like, yo, Insomniac came through. That's the point. That's the point. Insomniac did their job. And what I mean by that is everybody was hoping, they're like, you're going to have a 60 FPS performance mode, right? Right? And they said, yeah, we are, but we're going to do you one better. There's a 40 FPS performance mode. Every mode, 30, 40, 60, playable at 120 hertz. At 120 hertz, every mode with VRR, with ray tracing enabled on every mode. So we went from people out here doubting Insomniac, just straight up dumping all over that gameplay from the showcase, making it sound like, that game don't look too good. To getting new screenshots, new gameplay, confirmation of the graphical modes, which they went all out for them. I still am shocked that they have ray tracing enabled on all the game modes. That's crazy to me. Or the graphical modes. And it's just nice. It's just nice to see Insomniac do what they do best while simultaneously shutting these guys up, shutting these people up, because I'm telling you, I've been seeing it for so long, and I'm just sitting here waiting like, dude, how dumb do you have to be to doubt Insomniac? You don't have to be dumb to say, I'm not into Spider-Man. It's a sequel. You know, it's going to have a lot of the similarities, obviously, to the first game because it's a sequel. But you don't have to be dumb to say, I'm good. I'm not into it. And I'm just not excited about it. But in my opinion, you do have to be pretty dumb to just come out of the woodwork and be like, yeah, that game don't look good, man. That's a PS4 game. Insomniac, weak, man. PlayStation Studios, what are they doing? Yeah, okay. Go read some of the interviews about the shit that they're doing, man, with this game. They shut them up real quick. And it's nice to see. Oh, man. MBG Spider-Man 2018 was the first game that made me cry. That's interesting. Ray, you're saying, MBG, remember that Starfield trailer with dropped frame rates and the backwards heads on the NPCs? They were going to compare that trailer to Spider-Man 2. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. Is like these people. I'm just saying, like these people just need to they just need to like chill out, man. I need to chill out, but they need to chill out too. Like we just need to accept that Spider-Man 2 is going to be a great fucking game. Like objectively, you don't have to like it. Doesn't mean it's not going to be a great game. At 60 FPS. Got to add that. But you know what? Let me do a little pivot here. Just a little pivot. I just want to say, well, first, Smurf. I got to give him his due right now. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Smurf decided he wanted to drop 10 membership gifts as I'm in my insane rant over here. Smurf for the win, dropping 10 membership gifts, guys. I don't know if you already did it or not. Let's get some W's in the chat. He brought us from 50 members on the day all the way up to 60, dropping a 10 bomb on this community. Smurf, I'm sorry you had to wait to get your to get the acknowledgement here, man. But it's a little bit cathartic for me. That's all. And I know you guys enjoy the rants. I won't lie. You know, I ham it up a little bit, just a little bit, because I know you guys enjoy it. You know, people like the energy. It's not that serious at the end of the day. We're just talking about video games. It's not all that, you know, but it's fun to kind of play into it. But in all seriousness, though, Smurf, here is your Arnold. I know you're saying I need to get an Arnold chill out. Yeah, I should. I should get the, what was that from the Batman and Robin movie? But you know what? I just want to say that a very big deal was made about Starfield being locked at 30 frames per second. Not by me alone. Like a lot of people, it was a talking point, like a really big talking point. And the reason for that is because a lot of people just were surprised. Like how we've been conditioned to expect 60 FPS performance modes with like all major AAA games. But then, you know, there was all this conversation, and let me tell you, like, this is just the fact of the matter. Every single Xbox and Bethesda fanboy aggressively came out and told you, and they told me, and they told everybody, you know what? It's okay. Have you seen this game? This game is mind-blowing. This game is beyond next gen. I mean, this is a true next gen experience. The scale, the scope. And you know what? I and everybody else pretty much was like, okay. That's fine. If you guys are happy, then there's no problem here. But there is no denying that during that conversation, Spider-Man 2 was brought up and thrown into the mix numerous times. So if you're somebody who never even mentioned Spider-Man 2 during that time, Everything I just said and I'm still saying now does not apply to you. But if you are one of those people, well, I don't know. I hope that you just realize that it just, you see, it's just how these things go sometimes. And that's that. That's that, dude. Severin Evans is like, please, MBG, don't feed into the negativity. Proceeds to just go on an absolutely unhinged, insane rant, swearing left and right. I'm sorry, Severin Evans. I failed you. Did you guys notice the Batman looking suit in the new Spider-Man trailer yesterday? I noticed a bunch of stuff, but honestly, they flashed so many different suits so rapidly, I couldn't even keep up, man. And I'm just like, you know what? It's okay. I'll see them all when I play the game. I really did. One of the things I really did enjoy about Spider-Man 2018 and Miles Morales was unlocking the suits. Like the way that they wove that into the gameplay was actually really good, really enjoyable. Okay, let me see. Pig Roach, you're saying, meanwhile, ABK is still happening, MBG. This stuff is relevant. Plus, Starfield consoles sold is not the only metric you should rely on. I know that. But again, I feel like even when we bring that into the conversation, again, it's not hurting Microsoft if Starfield isn't selling a bunch of consoles. It's not. At least I'm assuming it's not hurting Microsoft because they don't care. It's just if they're like, oh, this is how many new millions of subscribers. I don't know if they got millions, but X amount of new subscribers we got on Game Pass, then that's a success for them. But that just proves my point that but that's not competing with Sony because Sony doesn't care about subscriber numbers anymore. You know, like they're not trying to compete with Game Pass. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not, again, I understand like there's just kind of traditional way of like, oh, console sales are the be all end all. It's not, but in terms of talking about what company A cares about versus what company B cares about and what that means from, like competition, it is relevant in that sense. And Smurf, by the way, I'm all over the place right now, dude. I'm adding your 10 membership gifts to the member counter now. 60, guys. 60 memberships on the day. Absolutely insane. Omen. I think I saw somebody say that Omen had to leave, but I'll read his 2 chats here. I don't know if he's still here or not. Oh, there we go. He says, I'm going to play VR2 now. Another thing Xbox doesn't have. Dude, Omen just can't help himself. But we don't care. VR sucks. It's niche while crying inside about missing out on RE4, etc. You're saying we don't care about console sales, says the one who isn't able to sell them. What else can they say? Buying a console equals a commitment to a platform, which equals money. That is true. I will always stand behind. And that is I think the riskiest thing that Microsoft is doing here. Not to go too deep into that conversation, but it is true that like, dude, Spider-Man 2, the purpose of Spider-Man 2 right now, it serves 2 purposes. Number 1, to sell a lot of copies and make a bunch of money. Obviously, like that goes without saying, right? Like every game that's produced, let's sell as many as we can and make as much money as we can. Absolutely. But its main function is to sell PS5 consoles. And people have always wondered, and some people don't, but a lot of people have always wondered, why are these games exclusive? Like, what does Sony gain by tethering a game like Spider-Man 2 to a $500 PS5? Because here's the thing. People will say, dude, these companies don't make their money. They don't make their money off of hardware sales. Or if they do, they make very little money. Very little. Where it's almost questionable. It's the investment. I'm telling you, it is psychologically driven. When the amount of people that are going to invest into not just the PlayStation 5, but the PlayStation ecosystem for $500 for Spider-Man 2 is a lot. That's a lot of people doing that. And Sony and Nintendo and Microsoft knows this as well. Any console manufacturer knows this. They know that when somebody makes that $500 investment, $400, just, a good chunk of change for most people, they're not just going to walk away from that. Usually it does happen, but most of the time they're not just going to walk away. They're going to buy this console, this machine, with the mindset of, well, this one game right now is why I'm buying it, but I'm going to keep coming back to it. And the idea is it's just a matter of time till they buy more games, and maybe they'll buy them digitally, which that's the hope. Please buy our games digitally. Maybe they'll subscribe to PlayStation Plus. Maybe they'll want to start playing multiplayer and they'll have to subscribe to PS Plus. Maybe they'll buy their third-party games on here. That's the whole purpose, of these consoles. And that is why Sony still cares very much about aggressively selling as many units as they can, because they know that the chances of a person, like, think of it this way. On the PlayStation side of things, if you want to play Spider-Man 2, you're going to have to pay $500, $400 minimum for a digital console, $400 to $500 for the console, and then you're going to have to pay another $70 for Spider-Man 2. So $470, $570, either way, it's a good chunk of change, right? Again, for a lot of people. And you compare that to, say, like, we'll just use Starfield as an example, through Game Pass. People who are not invested into Xbox or into maybe PC gaming on Steam, maybe they do just want to access this game. Well, the option is there. Just pay $10. Just pay $10 for this one, or $11. And it's not a multiplayer game, so you don't need live, and you can access it. I'm just trying to describe that, just psychologically, the difference between those two things and the money involved is huge. And because of that, the approach that a person's going to have psychologically is very different. There's very, very, very little to almost no commitment to having to subscribe to Game Pass to access a game. And that's like the benefit part, though, right? Because it's cheap. So there's no commitment. It's who cares, right? But with PlayStation and Nintendo, it's the polar opposite, where it's like, we want you to commit. And you're going to feel like you want to commit because we're asking for a lot of money. You're not just going to spend that money on a whim. You're going to have to take a second to think, do you really want this? And are you going to use it? And that's the difference, man. That is a big difference. And there's no doubt that Microsoft obviously does want that with the Xbox consoles. But I just feel like this is a good time to bring this up, because it's like, yeah, dude, when people buy a console, it almost always guarantees that that company is going to get more money out of that customer than if they were to somehow access their game without buying a console. That's just how it goes, So appreciate the super chats, Omen. And you followed up with another one here saying, nice weekend. You're all legends. Gonna game now. Well, dude, Omen, I appreciate, again, I know he's not here, but I appreciate you showing up, man. Thank you for your continued support, dude. You're saying, Spacey, you're saying, so we have to think like corporates and not like gamers. No, not at all. No. You don't have to, dude. No one has to. I'm just saying, if we're going to have these deeper conversations, my hope is to just see all aspects of it. Because here's the thing, it's much easier to see it from the gamer side, because that's what we are, right? Like, it's just like, hey, we want to save money, obviously, and gain access to stuff. And yeah, but it's like, no one's thinking, no consumer, most consumers are not thinking like, but I bet Microsoft's not happy that I'm just going to only give them $11. I know they want more from me. Well, I mean, maybe people do think that, but it's interesting to think that that is absolutely correct. Like, they are absolutely sitting there being like, man, we really don't want people to just subscribe and go. Subscribe, play, and go. We really don't want that. Like, we want you to be committed. We want you to be sticky to it. We want you to stay. And it's just not it's just basic logic, it's just basic logic in that the more money a customer has to pay to access something, the more likely they are to stay there. That's all it comes down. That's all I'm trying to say. So I'm not saying we have to think like a corporate. I'm just saying it's worth keeping these things in mind if we're analyzing the different business practices and business models that these companies are incorporating. That's all. Severin Evans again. You're saying again, MBG doesn't matter what they say or think. I know, man. I know. That's the truth at the end of the day. Things only matter as much as you want them to. What I'm saying here, how much does it matter to somebody? I don't know. That's for you to decide. But it is true, man. Like, it doesn't have to mean anything. Sewell, you're saying you left Tales of Arise in your shopping cart. Don't forget to check out MBG. Uh-oh. It's funny. I was looking into that game a little bit. I don't know if I can do it, man. I was watching, I think this was a couple weeks ago when somebody recommended it to me. I watched some gameplay and it's a tough sell for me, dude. It is. It's just not my style, right? Like, it's not at all my type of game. And it really is the anime style. It's so hard to look past it where it's like this. I don't know. I don't think I can do it, but maybe, I don't know. I feel like you guys keep nudging me inch by inch, getting me closer to one day it's going to happen. But I can't promise I'll like it. Can't promise I'll like it. So thank you for that. So we have, Navenzer, you're saying, should have told the guy you were talking about Redfall. LOL. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, that would have been even worse. But, oh my God, did that game ever get the 60 FPS update that they promised on the box? I totally forgot about that. That's wild. That is actually wild. New Soul 9. Well, first off, before I read your super chats, thank you for, I think that's a total of $45 worth of super chats. That's very, very kind of you, man. I really appreciate that support, dude. You're saying, please stop comparing Starfield to Spider-Man. Starfield is 10 times bigger scope-wise when it comes to content. Every time you put a new pieces of content in your game, that menu, the menus, you have to put in more work and optimization, aka frame rate. In game development, you don't just add new content and expect that content to hit 60 FPS smoothly, especially with an engine that's 2 decades old. Spider-Man 2 has that luxury. And then you followed up by saying Spider-Man 2 has that luxury of only focusing on one world plus not having the same level of output / volume of content that Starfield has. I'm not coping. I just do my research, LOL. Well, I appreciate it. I mean, New Soul 9, I can always count on you to have like an opposing viewpoint here, which is fine. So there are a couple things I'll say to this. The first is that there has to be some comparison made to an extent, and that because I've said myself it's dumb to compare Starfield to Spider-Man, but in this case I'm just focused on as Severin Evans made it clear, on the thing that really doesn't matter either, I guess, but it just, to me, I guess it's more like personal. I don't know how else to put it, where it's like I've been subjected to this. I'm just simply pointing out the frame rate. There is no denying that Spider-Man 2 and Starfield are very different games. Now, I'm gonna push back a little bit here on you, New Soul 9, okay? Because, and it's not for any reason other than I just don't agree with this notion that Starfield is 10 times bigger in scope. I'm gonna be real with you right now, dude. I've been watching some Starfield gameplay. It's not doing anything special at all. Yes, it has a lot of content. I've seen people say, I have 20,000 potatoes in my ship. And if people want to basically point to that as the reason why this game's locked at 30 FPS, my question is, what the actual fuck is going on right now. Obviously, that's not the only reason, but I'm just being real when I say that Starfield is doing, it is at least trying. That's the word I want to use. Trying. It is trying to do things in a very large way. But too many things have come out about this game that tell me, and I get it, I didn't play it, I know. And people say, who cares? If you're the type of person where it's like your opinion does not matter because you didn't play it, fine. But I can at least tell you I've seen pretty extended chunks of gameplay just out of curiosity. And obviously many clips as well of people showing off different stuff. And that's the thing. I'm not saying it's bad. It's not bad, but people need to stop making it sound like, you know how people say like people need to stop making Spider-Man sound like it's the next fucking greatest thing. Like, you know what? You're right. You're right. That I can get behind that. You want to be fair? Let's be fair. Spider-Man 2 is not reinventing the wheel. It's not even trying to. It doesn't need to. And that's okay. Spider-Man 2 is not the God of War 2018 moment. It's a great moment. One of the more memorable moments of this generation, but it's not that. Not quite. In my opinion, anyway. But at the same time, Spider-Man 2 is big. Like, very big. Big in the sense that the weight that this story, that these characters, that this world is now 2 times bigger that it's carrying here. The weight of it being a PS5 only title where people are demanding, like, I want to see some next gen stuff. I'm not sitting here trying to say Spider-Man 2 is better than Starfield. But I'm also not trying to sit here and say that, well, Spider-Man 2 is significantly smaller in scope. I don't think that matters, because at the end of the day, regardless of how big or small a game's scope is, it's going to be judged on its moment-to-moment gameplay. I've seen the amount of clips that I've seen in Starfield of people just wandering aimlessly around empty planets. Not shitting on the game, by the way, just like actually they're just playing the game. And if I said earlier in the stream, I said scope can really only go so far, but you have to think about density. And I don't know, man. It's one of these areas where, like, I don't even want to touch it because I know how people are going to get. Like, people have gotten ravenously defensive over Starfield. And I get that a lot of people are like, you're the last person that should be talking about it. I will agree. They don't need to be compared. But just to answer your super chat, you say here that the game, you're saying especially a game engine that's 2 decades old. I don't know if that's true. All I do know is that Starfield looks aged. It does. It looks like an aged game when it comes to its engine. And that's a problem to me. That's a problem that people should, I'm seeing people come out here and give me lists of games and be like, how long are you going to tolerate this from Sony? And I'm just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So I don't know. I just don't know what to tell people anymore in this situation. I don't understand why I don't know why people would try to compare Spider-Man's gameplay to Starfield. That to me makes zero sense because they are so vastly different in their systems, their mechanics, what they're trying to achieve, what they're trying to do. But at the end of the day, like, they are both still AAA video games. And what they actually do have in common and where they can be compared is, guess what? Spider-Man 2 is Sony, a console platform holder, just a platform holder in general, right? Like with a PlayStation platform, Spider-Man 2 is the big AAA banger for their platform this year, right? Starfield, on the other hand, is the big AAA platform banger for Microsoft. And it was always inevitable that when Microsoft made it clear Yeah, this is an Xbox only title. It was always inevitable that Starfield was going to be compared, Starfield was going to be compared to whatever Sony game launched in that vicinity. And it just so happens that it's Spider-Man 2. So it does not make sense in most ways to attempt to compare Starfield to Spider-Man because they are vastly different. But there are still common denominators between the two that I just listed. And if you're bringing it down to it's okay for Starfield to be 30 FPS because it's a much bigger game than Spider-Man 2, I just need to know, is that the argument? It's okay for Starfield to be 30 FPS because it's a much bigger game than Spider-Man 2. I'm looking to the chat right now. It has more potatoes. You got me there. Since it's 4K, yes. Spacey, you're saying yes. Okay. All right. Well, that's an argument that I think is fair to make based off of everything I know right now about Starfield and Spider-Man 2, but I don't know. I guess it's funny to me because if you think about it, right? You're saying it's not about the size, MBG, it's about what's going on in the world. Every item in Starfield can be interacted with. Yeah, I wonder if you could interact with every item in Spider-Man 2, would that you have to imagine that would probably break the 60 FPS mode, right? If you could literally interact with every single item on the street, or not every single, but like most items, yeah, that would probably do something to the game. I have no doubt about that. Well, I think this is a tricky topic. It is. I think we can all agree that this is a tricky topic because knowing they're both so different, they both have that common denominator. They're both the big AAA banger in these two, competing companies and platform holders. Well, I can only speak for myself, and I'm not speaking for anybody else, and I'm not telling you that, hey, my opinion is the be-all, end-all. Definitely not just a random dude here with an opinion, okay? My opinion is simply this. Starfield could be the biggest game in the world, and it is bigger. Bigger in terms of how many things it's got going on at one time. And yet it means nothing to me. Yet for me, Spider-Man 2 still seems like the better game. And I know why that is. Because to me, it's not about how many different things can I do in this game. For some people, that is what it's about. And for those people, I imagine they're happy right now. But for me, the reason why I'm gravitating more towards Spider-Man 2 is simply because it is a single-player, narrative-driven game, first and foremost. It is open world. And it's going to be double the size, apparently, the first game. So my question there for Spider-Man 2 is going to be, and we're going to answer this question in a moment, is it going to be meaningful? Seems like it is. And yes, be Flesher, you're correct. It is all subjective. I mean, that's the thing here is it's like, well, if they're making Starfield on a 2-decade-old engine and they can't hit 60 FPS, is it subjective? I mean, again, going back to my tweet that upset a bunch of people, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I think it's okay for people to be a little bit frustrated that, your big AAA game that's launching in a day and age when we expect to get performance modes. Like, I'll just be real. If Spider-Man 2 didn't get a 60 FPS performance mode, I'd be pretty livid. I would be. I'd be pretty pissed off. I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? I get it. Like, I'm not saying that that's how people should feel about Starfield, because people clearly feel differently. But I guess New Soul 9, with these extensive super chats here, this is where I'm going to put a bow on it, okay? I'm just simply going to say that I think what Insomniac Games is doing with Spider-Man 2 is genuinely impressive. All right? Because I get that sometimes these comparisons are going to be made. It's like, oh, well, look at what Spider-Man 2's doing. So, you know what? Let's not compare anything. Let's just look at Spider-Man 2 by itself. Look at this game. Did you see the map that they put out? The map this time is literally double the size of the first games. It's double the size. It's a dense world. I've looked at the game. I've seen screenshots. It's a dense world. There are pedestrians all over the streets. There are vehicles. There's things going on. There's things moving. There's a lot going on. The world has incredible verticality. Speed is now a major factor. That's the thing. The world is double the size. You can now get around twice as fast, which is awesome. I'm saying all this, and everything's at a very high fidelity. Everything is at a very high fidelity. There's nothing about Spider-Man 2. People who are saying Spider-Man 2 like looks like a PS4 game, I don't know whether to be offended by that or take that as a compliment for the PS4. Because it's like, dude, have you fucking seen Spider-Man 2? It looks amazing. It looks really good. So I'm saying all of this is being done at a high fidelity. So all I feel like I can say at this point is that I am impressed. Straight up. And that's what people, I think, totally missed about my tweet, which I might delete because it's just turned into something it's not supposed to fucking be. Is that, wow, I don't have to worry about anything regarding performance in this game, even at this level of fidelity, even with all this going on. And what does get a little bit frustrating to me is how people are downplaying the size of Spider-Man 2. Is Spider-Man 2 the biggest game ever made? No, it's not. At least it doesn't seem like it. But have you seen how big the game is? You know what I mean? It's just, I just don't understand how people are just going to kind of scoff at it and be like, oh, that's not that impressive. Like, what are you talking about? Not even a little bit impressive? Just not even a little bit? Like, those people, they don't know what they're talking about. They just don't, like, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And they seem like idiots. They do. They either seem like they either are idiots, or it's just that they don't understand anything about even a little bit game development. Like, that's not even an ounce. If you can't look at what Spider-Man 2 is doing from a technical standpoint, especially after the news today about every mode has ray tracing, dude, I need people to let that fucking sink in, dude. Every mode has ray tracing. Every mode has ray tracing. Every mode is going to run likely at some kind of 4K resolution. It's a massive open world, dude, with some of the highest fidelity. Like, how are people actually out here? They are fucking delusional, dude. It's like, what do you want from these developers, bro? These are, and you want to talk about fucking comparisons? Let's be honest. It's not about comparisons. It's about these fucking assholes that are out here. They're the same motherfuckers that are like, yo, Starfield looks so fucking good, bro. Oh my God, dude, Starfield's so good. Look at how amazingly next gen this game is. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on with Spider-Man 2? That shit's mid as fuck. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Just get the fuck out. That's what we're talking about. That right there. It's not about comparing Starfield to Spider-Man 2 because there should be no comparison, straight up. They're too different. They're too different. Different engines, different development philosophies from top to bottom. They're just different. But yet you see this behavior. And I fucking tried to be the bigger person, and I'm still trying. where it's like, look, man, Starfield looks fine. It looks good. How many times do I have to say it? I've said it over and over and over again. And I get it. Me, MBG, just saying that it's not going to, you know what? There's peace across Twitter now because MBG said Starfield looks good. I know that, but I at least expected it to tone down a bit, just a little bit. And it didn't. It didn't. I'm still seeing that shit happen constantly. And it's like, well, you know what? There's nothing left for me to say. It's like Spider-Man is MBG's child. How dare you offend my Spider-Man 2? How dare you say what you said? I don't even know what I was trying to think of something that somebody said, but I can't even keep it together at this point, bro. I can't even keep it together at this point. You're saying, MBG, it's not because of you, it's because of people like King Thrash. You know what? You're right. I mean, let's be fair. Let's be fair. The type of people that I'm talking about, they are on both sides, and it is just stop. You all look fucking stupid. Straight up, man. Twitter says it's fake ray tracing. Oh, please tell me that. Please tell me that's not a thing people are saying. Please tell me that's not a thing people are saying. It is a circus out here, bro. Like, just let Starfield live and let Spider-Man live. Just let these games live. I'm getting brain damage. I'm sorry, man. Like, it goes from taking it somewhat seriously to just, it just evolves into just a mess, bro. Twitter did not develop Spider-Man 2. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Twitter did develop Spider-Man 2. Or sorry, X. X developed Spider-Man 2. Well, I apologize for that. I mean, you want to talk about going off the fucking rails? Yeah, that's a little bit beyond going off the rails. You know, I think today I won't acknowledge any trolls. 2 hours into the stream. No, but I hope at the very least it makes for some good entertainment here. But let's circle back now. Let's circle back. And let's just, all right, okay. Let's get serious for a second. Starfield sucks. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. In all seriousness, I will say, you know what? I just gonna let it be what it is. Let's just let it be what it is. All right, MBG had his time to rant, to get it all out. Okay? It's all out now. Yeah, clip it all. It's all out now. And we're gonna refocus. We're gonna recenter ourselves. And I'm just gonna end this specific conversation by saying 2023 is a great year for games. Whether you're on Xbox, whether you're on PlayStation, whether you're on Nintendo, or if you have it all. If you have it all, enjoy it. Enjoy it, because there's a lot of great games coming out. And you know what? We don't need to compare them. We don't. Some games have 60 FPS. Some games don't. Some games have cartoonish or somewhat kind of stylized graphics. Others are going for hyperrealism. It's all fine. It's all fine, well, and good. They can all coexist. And the only thing that I really just want to look, man, the only thing I really want to say here is goddamn Insomniac Games is an impressive studio, man. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. You don't have to agree with me, but I really stand by that. Insomniac Games is an impressive studio, and they do some great work. And I admire that. And as I say that, another legend returns. Corey, the legend Landiga, he comes in and he says, you know what, MBG? As we're all trying to unify here, and hold hands. Let me drop 10 more membership gifts. Let's drop 10 more. Let's get some W's in the chat for Corey the Legend. He does it again. 70 members on the day. 70 members. Absolutely huge, guys. Thank you. In all seriousness, thank you guys for that type of support, man. Like, we're 5 memberships away from crushing a second goal today, which is crazy to think. So, Corey, a longtime supporter, man, like many of you here, longtime membership gifter, just continues to be generous towards me and this community. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Let me give you, I'll give you a Venom. I think that makes sense.
Do not be sorry.
And I'll give you a Kratos. So thank you. Yeah, Corey is a legend.
Better.
All right, let me get to these super chats. And before I do that, Corey Landiga, he comes in again. He says 10 isn't enough. We got to go for 15. He wanted to hit that 75, but The Rock follows him and says, actually, you may as well make it 20. We're going to go beyond 75. We're going to go to 80. 80 memberships now. Actually, I think, what is that? 85? I'm losing track. I don't even know where we are. I'm sorry. I got so many different things like popping up on my screen right now. I can't even keep track. Holy shit, though. Thank you, guys. The Rock, huge shout out to you, man. Let's get some W's in the chat for these guys. I do want to apologize. I don't know anymore. What do you guys like? I really try to bring content that people are going to enjoy, and I'm just not sure, because I'll be honest with you guys. I went into this stream thinking this is going to be a more tame, relaxed stream where we're going to be reading a bunch of articles, reacting to a bunch of videos, and it just turned into the polar opposite of that. And I won't lie, I had a certain expectation going into the stream, and I don't know what to think. I guess I need some feedback here. Are you guys enjoying the stream so far? Okay. That's what I need to know. Are you guys enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying the content? I know that not everybody's going to, but generally speaking, because I almost feel like I have to apologize for not really reading any of this stuff yet or watching these videos. And I don't know. I feel like some people are going to say, don't apologize, man. That's why we like to watch you. That's what we come here for. But I do want to, I try, man. I do. I have the best of intentions, man. I want to just like stay on track, stay focused. But if you guys are enjoying it, then that's all that matters. That, like, truthfully, that's all that matters. But we are gonna dive deeper into some Spider-Man news here. I just didn't expect it to be 2 hours into the stream. MPG powered by Unreal Engine. Yeah, so we're at 80 members on the day. Sorry, I got very confused there for a moment about where we were at. So 80 memberships on the day, guys. I actually have to update the member goal. I'm going to do that now, and we'll continue along here. So those are huge numbers. I have to really thank you guys. Okay. Have a super chat here from Pragmaticat and New Soul 9. Yeah, thank you for all the super chats, dude. MBG's podcast thrives in chaos. Yeah, I think it does. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to accept that, but sometimes I think it's just true. Pragmaticat says, every time people write SF, I always think Street Fighter before realizing they're talking about Starfield. Yeah, that's actually pretty funny. Because anybody who doesn't realize they're talking about Starfield, you're going to be like, "What? Why are we comparing Spider-Man 2 to Street Fighter? What's going on now?" Magnum Gaming, you're saying, but you can beat Starfield in 3 hours. Really? Dude, anybody who's beating Starfield in 3 hours, they have to be speedrunning that shit, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Dildo Baggins the Third says, nothing compares to Sony's quality, MBG. Xbox is 20 years behind. I don't think Xbox is 20 years behind, man. Dude, I'm telling you, look, I agree that Sony, I don't want to say quality. All right. I don't want to say quality because I do feel like there are games that come out that are very high quality from every video game publisher. But for me, it's more about the consistency of that quality. You know what I mean? Like how it's not just high quality. like very high. But the consistency in which it's like, geez, man, that's what I really have given Sony just so much credit for, is that, man, they do a very good job managing their studios. They do. And Insomniac is at the forefront of this. I mean, it's hard not to talk about these things in a deeper sense, right? Talk about the quality of PlayStation Studios and the way in which Sony runs things. And it's not just Sony, like it's Insomniac. Insomniac has a way of doing things with their development pipelines and the way they're managing things. It's like unrivaled. Truthfully, it seems like it's unrivaled. I just don't know who else is doing this type of quality content at this rate. It's insane, dude. It is actually insane. And like I get it that it's like, well, we don't want to like, look, I've overhyped things in the past. I've been hyperbolic in the past, but I genuinely do not think it is a hyperbolic thing to say that Insomniac may be the top, in the top 3 when it comes to studios in the world. Straight up. Like I know there's always going to be those arguments like, no, they're not going to compare to Rockstar's quality, or what about what about like God, what's the name of that studio? I know that I think their director just left Respawn and stuff. And I get there's amazing studios across the board, but I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that in terms of just the quality and the consistency and even the quantity, man. I really feel like Insomniac they're out here doing, I don't know, what are they doing over there? How are they able to output games like this? Very impressive, man. So thank you for that super chat. Navenzer, you're saying MBG, have some sympathy. The Bethesda engine is being held up with chewing gum and duct tape even after the massive success of Skyrim and its constant re-releases. You know why I think Bethesda hasn't updated their engine in like a really significant way? I mean, like not updated, but overhauled. I'm sure they've updated their engine. You know why they haven't overhauled their engine? This is just pure speculation. It has to be because when they're developing their RPGs already take so long to make, like 7, 8, 9, 10 years, sometimes, like depending, I guess, that it's like if we overhaul our engine as well, like it's going to be like 15 years. It's going to be like 12 years or something before we get a new game from Bethesda. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they've explained it in the past. I don't know if they have. That's my guess. My guess is just that it's a matter of time, and they're like, well, can the engine do what we need it to do? It's like, yeah, there's going to be compromises. Like, okay, well, we can't spend the next 3 to 4 years doing a complete engine overhaul. But I don't know, man, with the release of Starfield, I will say this would be a great time for them to take a step back and be like, okay, maybe it's okay if the Elder Scrolls is 12 years away from now. People have told me that these types of games, they're played for like a decade at a time by people. So if they're just like, maybe we'll use this opportunity to completely overhaul the engine, maybe get some more manpower in there from Microsoft, get more people in there and help them kind of overhaul their engine. I think people would definitely expect that for their next game, right? I don't know. Let me see here. Thank you for that, man. YJT99 says, also, these builds are from 6 months ago, MBG. Is that confirmed, by the way? Because there's so much information scattered. There's still stuff I'm missing. Can anybody verify this and confirm that the builds of Spider-Man 2 that we're seeing right now are from 6 months ago? Because that would be 6 weeks. I think that makes more sense. Like I do expect it to be an older build. That's just how these things work. 6 weeks. Okay, I was gonna say 6 months. That'd be kind of insane, dude. That would be absolutely wild if it was 6 months. But 6 weeks is still quite a bit of time. I mean, development-wise, 6 weeks is a lot. 6 weeks is a lot of time to polish a game if it's in the polishing phase. And right now, I think we're just waiting to hear that it went gold. I think it definitely did. Insomniac is doing the Lord's work in Ryanthology. Yeah, they literally though, they are. So I appreciate that super chat, YJT99. And then The Rock with a $5 super, he says, flucking He says, with an L, fucking tell them MBG, 4K ray tracing and 60 FPS, count how many games can do that right now. Yeah, a lot of people are getting very hung up on the 4K part, and I get that. Like, is this game really going to run at a 4K resolution, 60 frames per second with ray tracing turned on? A lot of people are assuming that it's not going to hit 4K, and to be fair, we haven't gotten the exact resolution, but I think it is safe to assume that this 60 FPS performance mode will run at an upscaled 4K. Just why wouldn't it? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't it? Why would I just don't understand why Insomniac. I mean, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be. See, even if it's 1440p though, even if it's 1440p, it's likely going to be upscaled. They have like a temporal injection technique that it's phenomenal. I'm telling you, dude. If you go play Spider-Man Remastered or Spider-Man Miles Morales, you turn on that performance mode and you flip back between fidelity, performance, you'll see some difference, but I'll never forget how surprised I was when I think it was the launch day of the PS5 and I booted up Spider-Man Miles Morales and I turned on the fidelity mode and I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, this looks like native 4K practically. It looks like native 4K. I can't notice a difference. If it's not native 4K, I really would never notice, and it's running at a perfect 60 FPS. Now, obviously, there's a big difference in the like ray tracing and the lighting, no doubt about that. You can notice that, but I just meant like in terms of the resolution, I was just genuinely surprised at how crisp and clear and clean it looked running at 60 FPS. So it wouldn't shock me if after all this time, they're like, look, we're not doing cross-gen anymore. We're just focused on the PS5. Insomniac's been doing crazy things with the PS5 already, or impressive things with it. It doesn't sound shocking to me. It doesn't sound shocking to me if they're like, yeah, we got 1440p upscaled to 4K, 60 FPS with some ray tracing. That I'd be like, yeah, that's wow. So, but you know what? I do want to add this. If it's not 4K, but it is 1440p, that's still really good. Like that would actually still be very impressive, but I don't know, man. We'll find out. We will find out. So thank you for that, Duroc. Domingo, you're saying, I wonder what Wolverine will bring to the table. I do too. The biggest question I'm telling you that people have right now about Wolverine, and it's understandable because we look at, Spider-Man 2 and it's, now they're doubling the size of the open world. The biggest question about Wolverine is it going to be open world or is it going to be like wide linear? Wide linear would be more akin to like God of War Ragnarok, where it's mostly linear, but there are these open spaces that you can explore, or maybe like Final Fantasy 16 a little bit. I don't know. I think some people have this kind of hope that we'll be able to like ride a motorcycle around and stuff. I will say it would be it is very tantalizing to imagine an open world Wolverine game. I don't know if it would work as well. It's really difficult to say because everybody says, well, Spider-Man has to be open world because it's just, how could it not be? Right? Like you need to swing around in the city. With a game like Wolverine, there's not necessarily the need for it to be open world. So it definitely could be wide linear, but it would still be fascinating, wouldn't it? Like I do wonder what an open world Wolverine game would be like, just because that's never been done before. And they could kind of do whatever they want in that sense. And because of that, as crazy as it sounds, I love linear and wide linear games more than open world games. But as crazy as it sounds, I feel like I would almost rather see Wolverine be open world. What do you guys think? Do you want open world or do you want like wide linear or just straight up linear? So thank you for the super chat, Domingo. We also have Doolin Jones again. Thank you, bud. You're saying, I'm genuinely hyped as fuck for Spider-Man 2. Sony is cooking and Insomniac is cooking. Yeah, I was so close to just titling this stream Insomniac Cooked. One one of the greatest moves PlayStation ever did, Insomniac joining PlayStation, thanks to the one and only legend. Yeah, I think I'm assuming you're referring to Sean Layden there. Oh yeah, you said at the bottom. I missed it there. You're saying the one and only legend, Sean Layden. Yeah, Sean Layden was apparently responsible for the acquisition of Insomniac, and it just goes to show that he definitely saw what was going on. You know, he saw the potential, he saw the talent, and he made the move, man. And I agree. It is one of the most impressive acquisitions in terms of just the output. Unrivaled, man. Unrivaled, I think. So, Doolin, I'm right there with you, dude. Hyped as hell for Spider-Man 2. Can't wait. I mean, 35 days. That's how close we are. So still some time, but almost there. Almost there. Omen86, you're saying, since the weather cooled down, I started playing VR2 again. Just played Synapse for the first time in weeks. Damn, the VR2 is good. Don't sleep on VR. Yeah, dude, Omen is, for those who can't tell, Omen is extremely passionate about VR. Yeah, I got my hype for VR yesterday with RE4 Remake. RE4 Remake, not just RE4 Remake, but Resident Evil 4 in general is one of my favorite games ever, and I'm just so interested to know what experiencing that game in VR is going to be like, because I did play RE4 Remake and beat it, and it was incredible. And if it looks clear to me that it's going to be the entire game again. It's going to be the entire game again. Impressive stuff there. What's going on here? Angry Whale Watcher. And at this point, we're all caught up with the super chats. By the way, guys, hit that like button. If you're excited for Spider-Man 2, if you're excited about the work that Insomniac Games is doing, hit that like button. Show your excitement. Angry Whale Watcher, you're saying, I'm on cloud 9 after that FF7 trailer, and I refuse to let the wet blankets on the internet convince me that state of play was a massive L. FF7 Remake looks amazing. I'm right there with you, man. I feel a little bit bad because I feel like Spider-Man 2 with these previews is just, I don't want to say it's outshining everything. It's not that. It's just the timing of it. Like, it's just a lot happening at one time. And my focus is mainly on Spider-Man, obviously, but yeah, it's absolutely true, dude, that the Final Fantasy VII Remake trailer was really good. And what people have been telling me is that I saw this one comment in particular. Somebody was like, anybody who played the original Final Fantasy VII, that trailer was like an S+++. That's how good that trailer was. And I thought it was really good, dude. It got me hyped for the game. A lot of people are like wondering with Final Fantasy VII Remake, or actually, let me take that back. They weren't wondering. I was not even aware. Did anybody notice they were just like, oh yeah, February 29th. It's a leap year. Like, I just totally missed that. Like, such an interesting release date. Like, oh yeah, February 29th. You know, that comes around every year. We always have a February 29th. Like, it's just so funny to me that it's like, it almost seemed made up, and like, everybody's just like, nah, you know. But it looks good, dude. And 2 discs, the hype is real. It's going to be one of the bigger games that launches for PS5 next year. And yeah, I thought it looked great, dude. I'm pumped. And god damn, with Corey Landiga, guys. Corey just came in and fucking smashed our goal today. Corey just came in and said, it's time to drop a 20 bomb. A 20 bomb. 20 memberships gifted. God damn, dude. The legend does it again. Corey coming in, doing the heavy lifting for the community. I mean, we're sitting at 100 members now. 100 members. I do want to let everybody know, click Corey Landiga's icon, his gift icon at the top of the chat. Opt in so you can receive a membership gift, man. Corey, dude, thank you so much for that. I don't know how many memberships that is from you alone today, but a 20 bomb to crush the goal, 100 members. 100 members. That's crazy. That's Arnold crazy is what that is. But thank you for that, dude. Thank you for the consistent support, man. Corey, you always come through. This community always comes through in big ways. So let me update this again. I mean, that's the type of lifting you guys are doing today. Boom. 100 members. 100 members. I can't believe that. Corey, I got to give you one more. I got to give you Venom. Got to give you that Venom. Everybody get down. Saying Corey's legendary in the community. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I'm sure many people have noticed that we have community members here that are, I mean, they're literally here like every stream, and they're not just here watching. They're here gifting, dude. Like they're keeping not only so many people here gift so frequently, they're keeping people members for months and months at a time, which is insane to see. And that's awesome. So thank you again, Corey, for that 20 bomb. That's absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Still can't believe we hit 100 members. Wouldn't have expected that. Corey says, kept y'all waiting, huh? There you go. You reminded me. I always forget that I have it programmed. You know what? Hold on. Did this work?
That is some triple anus greatness.
Did that come through? Did the triple anus greatness come through this time? I don't know if it did. I don't know if it's muted or not. And we have some members here. We have some members here that are getting inspired by Corey's 20 bomb. We have Cuddy Can't Hang coming in, dropping a membership gift. And then Jay Pierce follows up Cuddy Can't Hang by dropping a membership gift of his own. So 2 more membership gifts dropped. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, it did come through. Good. I thought it was muted. Yeah, that's a custom one there. I'll save that for when we hit the coveted 100 member goal on a stream. Love to see it. Yeah, W's in the chat for Cuddy Can't Hang and Jay Pierce. Thank you guys for that. I'm going to add that to the counter. Already cruising right past 100. And I have Sewell who says Crisis Core. Yeah, I didn't get to play it yet, man. I don't know. People were telling me it's not necessary, or that it actually has a little bit of I don't know. Didn't that come out last year? Dildo Backins the Third, again, great name. You're saying I can't get over it. You're saying I need to go freeze myself and wait for Spider-Man. It'll be here before we know it, dude. It will. It'll be here before we know it. No doubt about it. I mean, 35 days, it sounds like it's a long time, but I'm telling you, it'll be here before we know it. Corey says we have to keep this alive. That's up to you guys, man. If you guys want to keep a membership train going and go, if you guys want to go nuts today, by all means, go nuts. It's up to you. I mean, you've already done a lot. Jay Pierce says, I'm going to keep the membership train going. Jay Pierce gifts another membership, bringing us up to 103. Guys, here's what I'll say. If you want to keep the membership train going, I'm going to tell you to do it now. Get in on it now. The reason why I'm saying that is because once this membership train is done, obviously gift anytime you want, but I'm going to bring up the videos to watch of Spider-Man 2 where they're interviewing Insomniac and whatnot. So if you want to keep the membership train going, The Rock says, let's keep it going. Let's get to 104. Absolutely, The Rock. The Rock says, let's do 2. The Rock says, you know what? Let's do 2. By the way, The Rock, your name just reminded me. It's been confirmed that The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, will not be playing Kratos in the God of War TV show, which is funny that that's news because I think people were happy to hear that. So The Rock gifts 2, and then Jay Pierce says, I definitely want to keep this thing going right now, MBG. We're going to do 5 more. Jay says, there you go, MBG. I'll drop a 5 bomb for you. Absolutely, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the support. It does mean a lot, man. I'll tell you, I always try to let you guys know, especially on these days where we get a lot of membership gifts. One day I might regret saying this out loud because it's like, you know, anything can happen. But, you know, I get these offers for sponsorships and stuff like frequently for stuff that like I just don't necessarily I'm not interested in, or I don't like really care about it very much or believe in it. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with people who, get your bag, right? Get your bag, do what you got to do. But I just always feel like it's important for me to let you guys know that you keep this channel essentially ad free, sponsor free, not ad free. I mean, I still have to do YouTube ads and whatnot because that would be very bad for the channel, but sponsor free at the very least. And yeah, no Raid Shadow Legends on this channel. And that's thanks to you guys. So for everybody who gives memberships, we're at 110 now, which is again just absolutely insane. Thank you guys. You power the channel. You guys are the sponsors. That's the reality. You guys are the sponsors of the channel. Everybody who's gifting memberships, everybody who's donating super chats, you guys are the sponsors. So thank you. All right, let me get my headphones set up, and then we're gonna dive into some of these videos regarding Spider-Man 2. And Darak says, I'm still sponsoring this stream today. I'm dropping another membership gift. Darak, keeping it going, bro. Keeping it going. Thank you, man. That brings us up to 111 members. What a day, man. What a day. Darak's like, no, bro. We're doing more. He just keeps dropping them. He drops another one. W's in the chat for Darak, 112. Actually, no, I'll just keep one in. 112. You're saying IGN had a good video about the performance of Spider-Man 2? Yeah, we're going to watch that one. I'm going to get it set up now. So, Darak, dude, thank you. Thank you, bud. Thank you to everybody. 112 memberships on the day. That's just huge. That's huge. Colossal number. All right, let me make sure I have it up here. I got to correct my audio. And where are we? Here we are. Okay. Give me 1 sec and we should be good to go. Before I do that, you guys definitely took what I said seriously. Herpy Derps is like, nope, not yet, MBG. We got to keep this train going today. We got to keep it going. We got to get to 113. Herpy Derps, another legend, dude. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Herpy Derps brings us up to 113. 113. Love to see it, man. I'll tell you, this community, something else. Here we go. This should... Wait, why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Is this breaking? Why? What's going on here?
That is some triple greatness.
Guys, I think you're breaking the system here. You're breaking the system because Exley3000 says, here's another gift, MBG. Here's another gift. Because we're going to keep the membership train going. And then Hellbound says, I'm going to keep it going even further with 5 more gifts. 5 more gifts, bro. Did the membership train break the channel? Yeah, what a Friday, dude. Thank you, guys. That's 6 more memberships. 119. What? What? 119? I can't believe that. I have to update this. I got to figure out why this... I might have to open another tab. I don't know why my screen capture isn't working. But yeah, W's in the chat for these guys, man. Huge day. Huge membership day. Let me see. All right, let's try this one more time and see if it works. That's so weird. Yeah, I'm just going to have to open up another tab here. Give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment. Was it? I'll do IGN. Where are all of their Spider-Man videos? First hands-on preview. And then we got not the gameplay reaction, pushing the PS5 to its max, and then the evolution of their tech. All right, I hope this works. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Let's see if it works this time, and then I'll come back and see what's going on. There we go. There we go. Okay, so before we get this started, let me head on over here. And damn, I missed more of the member train over here. I'm gone for like 10 seconds, and you guys are going crazy still. Exley comes in, follows up Hellbound, drops another gift. Then Herpy Derps says, MBG, here's another one. Oh, wait, actually, here's 10 more to crush the goal. Herpy Derps, bro, Exley, Hellbound, all you guys. You just crushed 125 members. We're at 131 now. 131 members, dude. That's insanity. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I gotta give you a couple sound bites here. I'll give you Mark Cerny. I'll give you everything. Because that's a huge day. Let me make sure this is reflecting clearly here. And then we'll watch these videos, okay? Thank you guys for keeping the membership train going. Very kind of you. 131. Very impressive number. All right, so I have everything set up now. We have 3 IGN videos we're gonna watch. So these videos now. I gotta get the right one up though. This one. Yeah. Okay, that's the one. So I can get rid of this one. Yeah, so last call. We're going in. We're diving in. We're going to see what's going on here. The 3 videos we're watching, I'll give you the titles really quick. We're watching, this one's titled Spider-Man 2, the first hands-on preview. The second one is called Spider-Man 2, Insomniac on pushing the PS5 to the max. And then the third one is Spider-Man 2 Insomniac talks about the evolution of their tech. So this should be pretty interesting. Pretty interesting stuff here. One last thing I'll say before we dive into this, guys. And I just realized it's, yeah. One last thing I'll say. Hit that like button for me. And let's watch this. Let's see what's being said here.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 takes everything Insomniac learned from its previous 2 Spider-Man games and finds new ways to raise the bar of superhero game design. No frame is left untouched. No character model is left with subpar lighting. Simply put, after playing for 3 hours, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 looks set to continue Insomniac's winning streak.
Hey Doc, ready for your
winning
physical?
Streak. Yeah. I'd say
We
they
were
have a
dropped
winning
a ways
streak.
into the game on level 25 versions of Miles Morales and Peter Parker. Each is dealing with their own difficulties in life, with Peter trying to pay a mortgage and help cure his friend's disease, while Miles is simply
Well, isn't
trying
that
to write
relatable?
his college essay, but Spider
Peter's trying to
Business
pay his
keeps
mortgage.
distracting him from the task at hand.
Craven. How many more people are on this guy's list?
Besides the personal battles being fought by Peter and Miles, there are also other factors at play that will push them further to the edge. Parker has donned the symbiote suit known as Venom, and it's affecting his personality in ways he doesn't realize.
We're going to heal the world.
And Craven is doing everything he can to upset the peace by attacking Peter and forcing Dr. Connors to transform into an even more powerful version of his alter ego, the Lizard. The Dr. Connors storyline is particularly bittersweet, as you're really hunting down a father who wants nothing more than to return to his family, but now he'll be doing so with a few Spider-Man and Craven-inflicted injuries. This fight will actually take you across a large portion of New York City that Insomniac boasts is 2 times larger than the previous games.
It looks so good.
The PS5, Spider-Man 2 will allow you to travel across the city faster than ever, not only because of the zippy new web-slinging animations, but also because of the web wings that you can access at any time with the press of the triangle button.
I'm telling you, the web wings look
are a lot
awesome.
of fun to use versus swinging, but they will lose momentum over time, so you will need to use your webs unless you're in a wind tunnel. The wind tunnels will let you go to specific places in the city extremely fast by flying incredibly quickly to that destination on the air currents. But in addition to all these traversal options, Insomniac showed that you can also simply swap to Peter or Miles on the fly instantaneously, a la swapping between Trevor, Franklin, and Michael in Grand Theft Auto 5.
Marvel Spider-Man 2 will introduce the ability to switch between the 2 wall crawlers in the open world, and thanks to the power of the PlayStation 5, you can make that switch almost instantly.
I had the opportunity opportunity to ask the Insomniac team about how the PS5 SSD allowed them to accomplish instant travel and faster web swinging. Mike Fitzgerald, core technology director at Insomniac, clarified a few other details, including the fact that the slingshots where Peter or Miles will pull back on 2 extended webs and catapult themselves forward allows Spider-Man to travel 3 times faster than in the first game.
3 times.
And that characters are more detailed and lifelike that help them tell better, more nuanced stories. Insomniac also noted that the DualSense controller is being used in some unique ways, like a minigame that we got to play in the reactor that will force you to pull the triggers with just enough pressure to move on to the next segment. And they outlined that the audio team took the time to develop the soundscapes for missions so that 3D audio can be fully utilized. Ambisonics and positional audio were used for objects in the scene, making for a more realistic audio experience, making for clearer indications of the player versus a target location.
I'm the only one.
More notably on the graphic side of things, Spider-Man 2 will only have 2 visual modes, visual and performance. The third mode was removed because no matter which you choose, ray tracing will be turned on by default. The baseline for performance mode will be what was previously referred to as performance ray tracing mode, with a better frame rate and resolution simply because the PS5 can handle it. Fitzgerald clarifies, there's no mode in this game that has the ray tracing turned off because there's really no need for it. We figured out how to deliver what is the right Spider-Man picture and visuals, and we want to make sure every player is seeing that. The visuals of Spider-Man 2 are impressive.
Crazy.
The character models are more expressive when delivering their lines, resulting in more believable performances from the actors that will in turn do a better job of pulling at your heartstrings. The ray-traced reflections add more depth and realism to the world. Breakable environmental additions make it feel like you've succeeded in unleashing havoc in an area after a devastating combo. But my favorite improvement in Spider-Man 2 is the heavily reworked combat. Now, both Peter and Miles have a wide array of abilities and gadgets at their disposal, but more on that in a moment. While I was exploring in the open world, there were several different mission types to see, meaning that yet again we will have no shortage of side missions to get lost in. Personally, I will always favor the combat arenas, and I spent so much time enjoying them that I lost track of time and never got to experience the aforementioned lizard boss fight for myself.
That's actually pretty funny.
I was too busy trying to perfect my combat skills in the arena, gawking at the ray-traced reflections on everything, staring in awe at the sheer amount of traffic, pedestrians, and puddles in every scene, or stopping an assault in progress as it popped up on their minimap.
It's a dense game, man.
That was the best
and this is
part.
compressed
New York
footage.
is covered in cool things to do as Spider-Man, and while I could have pursued the main storyline with my limited time, I was just having too much fun doing all the other little things that pulled my attention away. Insomniac also noted that there will be missions that only Miles or Peter can complete, so it sounds like my quest to clear the map is going to be filled with variety. But to dive into combat a bit more, the enemy density is really ramped up and will sometimes offer you a bit more of a challenge than you may expect. In Spider-Man, you could maybe get away with using your main attacks, but in Spider-Man 2, I found that more often than not, I absolutely needed to use my Venom abilities and gadgets in the combat sections. The one small critique I have is that the new not dodgeable parry indicator color is red, and that's the same color as other things you need to dodge, like a bullet from a rooftop sniper. It took a bit of getting used to, but by the end of my demo window, I was parrying and unleashing my gadgets and Venom abilities with ease. And before getting into combat, if you're still undetected, you can use web lines to traverse a battlefield, and I love the layer this adds as you're taking out enemies in the stage.
Yeah, that's going to be really useful for
Gadget
stealth.
wise, we only had access to the web grabber, which we've seen before, and upshot, which would attack opponents with bursts of electricity. Miles also had access to Venom abilities like Chain Lightning, Power Overwhelming, or the Venom Smash Jolt. Those attacks and gadgets are very easy to execute by simply holding L1 for Venom abilities or R1 for fast gadget access, and that makes combat incredibly fluid. It will
just
also
looks
force
insane.
players to pick and choose the strongest combinations of 8 to pair together as you patrol the streets of Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. We also got a look at the symbiote surge. Basically, Peter goes into rage mode a la God of War and wrecks everything in the vicinity. There's a cooldown on it, just like rage mode in God of War, so after you've attacked everybody for a little bit, the timer will wear out and you'll have to rely on your core abilities. The cherry on top of an already impressive gameplay session was when they let us get a sneak peek at some of the new costumes that Peter and Miles will be able to wear when web slinging around the city. In total, Insomniac says there are 65 suits to unlock, and that each has different variations, bringing the grand total to 200 different combinations you can wear. In the build, we saw Miles had a 2099, 10th anniversary, Warakua, an encoded suit, while Peter had the classic black suit, web black suit from the Sam Raimi films, Secret Wars Civil War suit, and a Punkalyptic suit available for wearing. And for the suit tech upgrades, your classic health, damage, focus, and traversal perks were available, with the latter option focusing on things like web speed with your web wings. I had high hopes for Spider-Man 2, and this preview did nothing to stifle my optimism. I cannot wait to see what the rest of Spider-Man 2 has in store. For our final thoughts, swing on back to IGN when Spider-Man 2 launches this October.
Well, damn. It's good stuff, man. That was like the first actual video preview that I listened to, and it sounds good. Sounds real good. So we're gonna watch the other two videos. I just want to give my thoughts on this one really quickly. The thing that's really standing out to me, like a lot, I just realized we're at 132 members. Did I miss one? I may. Oh, and sorry, Animix, really quick. Thank you for the $5 donation, man. With a I forget what they're called. The damn it, the emojis. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna watch the other two videos. I just want to say that out of everything I'm seeing and hearing, it all seems very good and impressive. But man, that symbiote suit gameplay, that is really like, it looks awesome. It does. Like that to me is what I'm most excited to experience, because I'm looking at the combat, I'm looking at the finishers and the shit you can do to people, and I like the aggression, man. Like I like that when you're doing, I forget what it was called, but basically when he goes into his like God of War rage mode with the symbiote suit, I mean, he just fucking people up, dude. It looks awesome. And DeRock, sorry, man, I missed your milestone chat. You're saying, just want to say, keep it up, broski. I appreciate that, man. All right, let's watch the second video here, which is
using this satellite network to track his targets.
This.
You're not getting away that easy.
For us, this is really a culmination of everything we've learned about developing for this console. We did Spider-Man Remastered, Miles Morales, and Ratchet & Clank, and so as our fourth title for the PS5, we've really gotten to leverage everything we've seen in developing those games. Our performance mode for this title has ray tracing on by default. We've really expanded that ray trace reflections throughout the game. It's on the water and the oceans and really gives a more realistic picture everywhere. We of course use the SSD and the storage solution on the console to really even more effect gameplay wise. You know, in the first couple Spider-Man games, we really used it to get rid of the loading screens, but now you see it getting used to offer faster traversal through the world. When you come off those slingshots in the open world, I think you're going about 3 times as fast as we could in the first game. I mean, on top of that, we have characters that are more detailed and lifelike that help us tell better, more nuanced stories.
We also have the DualSense with the haptics, and that adds a layer of immersion that is really awesome that we get to play with. So you saw in our demo in the particle accelerator having to hit that sweet spot. In addition, all of our cool audio technology, 3D audio, so you get to hear iconic Tony Todd Venom. It's spooky. It's really like the first time we heard that performance was really something really great.
Yeah, they're really saving Venom, man. Like which is good. I don't think they're going to show much.
We like to have our resolution be dynamic, and then we have a pretty robust temporal anti-aliasing solution that lets us scale that up and down, do the ring effects with materials and things in the scene. And what that means is we get to take the player's preference about how they want to play the game and also make sure we use all the features of their display in the console as well. So whether you like playing at 60 frames per second or 30 or 40, if you have a 120 hertz TV, we really get to tailor everything to best utilize that. For those titles, we had fidelity mode, which had which was like the full 4K and ray trace reflections, and then we had a performance mode, which turned the ray tracing off and rendered at a lower resolution. And then we were able to add, I think around launch, if not just after, the performance RT mode, as we called it, which was trying to be the best of both. And for this game, we were really able to deliver that as a baseline performance mode. There's no mode of this game that has the ray tracing turned off because there's no need for it. And we've really figured out how to deliver what we feel like is the right Spider-Man picture and visuals, and we want to make sure every player is seeing that.
It's
in this demo here,
just so
there's one
impressive,
cinematic
man,
where,
considering how big the world
Miles
is.
and his mother are having a conversation before you go off and do some Spider-Man stuff. And Bobby, our animation director, was pointing out that there's not a lot of dialogue in that scene. So much of that story is told from their faces and the way they're emoting and reacting to things from each other. And that's really new for us in this game, that we've been able to do that. You know, we're scanning faces with more fidelity, and we've built out more of our processing pipelines to handle that in more detail. Certainly our models are more dense than they have been in the past. And there's some scenes in this game that have 4, 5, 6 main characters on the screen at the same time. That's really challenging for my team to optimize and get running in frames sometimes, but it really opens us up to tell more complex stories with these characters.
Here to pick up a serum order for a Dr. Connors?
We have a whole team of folks who, especially in those cinematics, are very carefully constructing lighting rigs, you know, to light the characters from the right way for every individual shot. If you could see it without the camera changing, you'd be surprised at how much changes between every shot to get it just right, just right. You know, we definitely expanded on it from a tech point of view. Certainly in the demo, you saw Craven, who has a luscious, hairy in bunch of ways, but it's, you know, more affected by physics and feels a lot more cohesive. I think MJ's hair, as you've seen, is some
and her hair's down, and it's beautiful.
Hair's down, and
Jealous
that
of MJ's hair.
Not to be understated. From a challenge point of view, I think in games you so often see female protagonists and characters with hair that's up, because that's way easier to animate and deal with. And so to have it low and over the shoulders and need to behave correctly as she turns her head and all that was a challenge.
I never really thought of that.
It was a fun challenge.
Interesting.
You sort of have your tried and true skyscrapers in Manhattan, and once you get to cross the river, which is an experience on its own, hopefully use the web wings to do that and experience the speed at which you can do that. You get over to our Spider-Man stomping ground, so you get to visit, you know, Aunt May's house and explore in Queens and get that more sort of neighborhood feel, and it's, you know, lush trees. And then, you know, for Brooklyn, you get Brooklyn Visions, and Miles is sort of like high school stomping ground, and that really comes across in some of the activities and the adventures you can have in these neighborhoods.
It's cool. Queens has a very residential feel to it that's a little different from parts of Manhattan. Brooklyn has its own landmarks. Of course, we're excited for players who know Brooklyn, are familiar with the area, to find unique buildings that they recognize from our New York.
The great thing in this story is we sort of have these established characters. You know both of our Spider-Men. You hopefully love them. And they're at different points in their lives. Miles is, you know, facing what does he do after he graduates high school, and what is the next step in his life as becoming an adult, and what he wants to pursue.
Super stressed about my college essay. Pete's busy doing other stuff.
For Peter, right, he's struggling after the passing of Aunt May, and how to constantly balance those duties of paying the bills and being a Spider-Man. And once we add in the symbiote and Craven showing up into this story, we really get to experience the way in which those challenges really manifest and affect our Spider-Man. So hopefully when you played, you saw how the black suit is maybe affecting our normally quite wholesome Peter Parker, and you got to experience how Miles is able to approach the conflict in his life right now.
I'm getting hyped seeing this footage that they're showing. It looks so good.
What he's doing next. I'm blown away by some of the way we were able to bring the symbiote to life. The symbiote powers that Peter has in the black suit have a very visceral and powerful feel to them, both visually and while you're playing. I think that experience is going to sort of put you in the shoes of, do you want to take that black suit off, or do you want to sort of
keep
give
it
into
on,
that
man?
Power?
Fuck them
The
up.
process of understanding what
Become
the
the
symbiote
Punisher.
would look like and how it would behave pretty much took the entire development of the game, I
Yeah.
think. Because it impacts everything else. You know, if you make it look too watery, well then Venom's kind of weak. If
Yeah.
you make it too solid, then he's like a weird octopus. And it needs to be gooey, and we don't have ways to animate these crazy ways that this substance might behave throughout the game. So it really went from animation tools, animation techniques, material treatments from a technical art team, how environment was like
Yeah.
laying things out, and it's really just like super multidisciplinary to bring it into a cohesive whole.
Are you kidding me, Connors?
Well, I think we know we have a really strong foundation from the first couple games, and we're not trying to change for change's sake. There's a lot that people love about these games that make them Spider-Man games. It's about understanding what that is, and then ways to try something different and make it new. And as you add new things, you got to make sure they fit together in the right way.
And I think our team is also normally very excited at the opportunity to continue to innovate. I think, you know, we want to satisfy people, make sure they're happy with their experience. We're not straying too far from something that they know and love, but we want to surprise them and we want to give them new toys. So in a lot of ways, it's almost like, what would be cool? Could we add something like this or something like that? And we also have, you know, an open and collaborative team. And I think that that goes a long way into some of the best ideas come from the most unexpected place on the team. And you end up with these really delightful moments that bring that sort of fresh perspective and change to something like the third game in a series.
Hopefully you got a sense with the web wings how it's not about, okay, we have wings now and that's the new mechanic. It's about how do they fit with swinging? How do they add to each other to create, you know, new fun ways of going around the city and really build up even what was great about the first game, or the first two games, as you're adding something new. Man, I'm just excited for people to play, and I hope they have a great time. You know, a lot of care and love and, you know, effort went into this game from a whole lot of people who've been working really hard on it, and I'm just excited to see all of that realized for players.
We love seeing the reactions of the players, and we want people to have a great time. So every time we release anything, it really does give us good energy to hear people's thoughts and feelings and excitement, and really does keep us going. So I hope everyone is satisfied.
yeah,
and
man.
They loved what we did.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the footage they're showing as they're talking in the background is just getting me like pretty damn hyped. But what are you guys thinking, man? Like, what are you thinking about these videos that IGN's putting out? I mean, it's everything I want to hear. To me it's funny because the guy that they had talking about their ray tracing and stuff and like the performance, he's just like so chill. He's like, yeah, you know, we're just gonna have like 30. We have the 30 FPS fidelity mode. You know, we're gonna have the 40 FPS performance and the 60 FPS, and ray tracing is gonna be on the whole time. We got the 4K temporal injection or anti-aliasing, and he's just like so chill. But it's like, dude, I don't think you understand surely he understands the flex that that this is right now, which is so funny. But yeah, man, I mean, that's it. What was interesting to me is as he's talking about it and they're showing the city, you know, going around the city, I'm still just, I don't know. I don't know how they do it, man. How does Insomniac do it? They're wizards over there. But enough from us. We're going to let our ray tracing do the talking. Yeah, dude. You know, I will say I've been so focused on Venom this whole time that, like, I'm really interested to see the dynamic between Kraven and Peter in the symbiote suit. They were teasing that there. All right, we got one more here.
Let's see if
Here
you
we
have
go.
the strength to finish what you started.
One of the great things about having the last 2 games is that it gives us a lot of confidence, a lot of knowledge about what works. And so we can take that and we can start to push forward into new places. This is really the first one where we have 2 Spider-Men in the game at the same time. And so allowing them to have those divergent abilities that are a little bit different, that you have to know what you're getting into with each one, that you can solve different problems a little bit differently in combat, goes a long way towards what we can do. Both characters have a really strong arc, and we invest a lot in their story for each of them. And so I think, you know, playing the game, you'll definitely see that each of them is in the right place. They have their own abilities. We present opportunities to the player to leverage their unique abilities as you go through each of those missions. And you know, I think that it always ends up feeling like the right Spider-Man for the mission.
You're not getting away that easy.
I think there's still always that struggle for some of the characters. I mean, you can't have Spider-Man without him trying to balance between his personal life and his spider life. And so, you know, I think for Peter, you know, he's in a position where he's trying to find a way. You know, he basically lost his job at the end of end of the first game, right, when Otto's lab shut down. And so he's trying to find how to move forward after May's death, and how to, you know, kind of put his life back together, you know, on the personal side. And so there's a lot of, you know, there's struggle for him there and moving forward with some of those things. On the Miles side, you know, he's just about to graduate from high school, and he's got to figure out what he's going to do. And he's got this Spider-Man thing that's a growing part of his life, but what is he going to do with the rest of it? And so how he interacts and how he makes choices there, what he's trying to figure out, you know, the next phase of his life looks like, not just with Spider-Man, but as Miles Morales, and what that means for him. And you know, he's got his family around, he's got his friends around, and how they, you know, interact with him and play with that.
I'm just here to save my friend.
I don't want to get too much into, you know, like where we end up going with Venom for the most part, but I will say that it was really important for us to tell the right story for how the symbiote impacts Peter's life. You know, we obviously show early or at the end of the first game and hear that there's some connection with the symbiote and Harry, and how they're trying to heal his sickness. And so what we really wanted to focus on was making sure that it felt like how the symbiote was interacting with Peter, and what that took him on, and the journey that he had to go through, and how that symbiote brings something out in him that maybe he hadn't exposed or hadn't really thought about much. And so for us, what we let that drive our choices. And part of, you know, Eddie Brock is a fantastic character, you know, and everything, but for us, it was really about figuring out how the symbiote and Peter interacted and how that impacted his life, and making sure to keep focused on that element. Having things like the symbiote abilities for Peter that kind of come in, that you can use strategically, that you can use as kind of a power move that didn't exist in the previous game, is a way that we can really allow players to express themselves, to have solutions to problems that, you know, might have existed in the last game that they didn't have good solutions for and had to use just base systems. So they can express themselves in a lot of new ways. Some other things that we really look for by introducing the parry mechanic and that defensive mechanic, we were able to really leverage that. It was really amazing to see what that did for our boss fights. So if you played the game today, you got a little taste of what the lizard fight might look like, and being able to have that one-on-one fight and have them force you to pay attention, to read the fight, to understand what the boss is doing, and to know which defensive move you have to use at the time, to know when to use your offensive moves. And the fact that every one of our bosses can respond to all of those abilities that the players have, means that you're getting a better fight. You're getting a deeper fight, a more mechanically sound fight that is really allowing players to have those intimate fights that are really climatic. They still have great narrative driving every single one of them, but just the mechanics and the gameplay of it also is really, really satisfying, and really gives us the opportunity to do that in a much better way. And then traversal, you know, it's just adding things like the gliding with the web wings, adding things like the slingshot, and just making sure that those all integrate together. And again, just building and giving players new things. And so one of the things that we do in this game is, you know, we doubled the size of the city. So we've now got Brooklyn and Queens there, right? But Brooklyn and Queens they're not built like Manhattan is. You know, they're a lot lower, they've got a lot more trees, a lot of things like that. And then you've got the river in between. And we say, well, how do you traverse all of that? You know, you can just swing, but it doesn't always work. It's not always the optimal way to do it. And so having the opportunity to bring in the web wings, bring in the slingshot, and give you a sense of, oh, I can traverse different. There's a different personality to my traversal as I go around the city and go around the different places, and have that experience is something that is really new and really interesting and gives each of those 2 new boroughs kind of a new feel to how you experience it while still being Spider-Man. Everything we do here builds on each other and makes our next game better. And so, you know, we had a lot of streaming stuff and everything from building open world games. And then we go into Ratchet and all of a sudden we're like, well, now we want to just jump instantly, right? And so you get those things, you hit the crystal, you jump from world to world, and we want to drop and reload the next thing and figure out the mechanics of all of that. And so you get into, then we say, well, how can we use that? How can we use that in the next game? And so when we came into it and we looked at what the team was doing on Ratchet and we looked at what we could do in this game, we said, well, they can jump, we can jump. You know, we've got all this technology. And so just moving it forward in that way definitely inspired us and allowed us to keep building. We've built so much new tech to take advantage of the PS5 and the ability to just stream so much in that, like, our long views in this game are such a level up over what they were in the previous game. Because we put so much effort into tech for those views, for what those distant buildings look like, for adding new LEDs of those distant buildings, for making sure that our skyboxes and our atmospheres look fantastic, that we doubled the size of the city and still had to keep everything in memory and still had to make it so that when you fast travel, we can load where you're going to be in just instantly.
That's why I think it's crazy that people are like, oh, it's a PS4 game.
Our
like
building system, which is our imposter system that we draw. And that's been upgraded to have new LODs and things that we stream in. That's, again, the PS5 allowing us to swap that stuff out on the fly. We've done a bunch of work in terms of lighting. Our lighting engine has gotten a lot of passes and changes. We've done a lot of work on what our street lighting looks like and how that works and what the material responses are. We've gotten a better handle on ray tracing and more things being able to be ray traced and supported. We've got new things with our skyboxes in this game look ridiculous, and the way that our sky renders and the way that the light comes through in that, and the work that they've done to make sure that our open world looks really amazing at all the times of day that it shows up. And so, you know, we've got additional things with what we've done with foliage, what we've done with just the way that we leverage, you know, Houdini and procedural generation to get our ground planes and stuff looking great. So there's all kinds of elements, not to mention just how our characters look, how everything else looks.
I think in fairness, it looks much better now than it did at the showcase.
And I feel like
I do agree with that.
Even looking
Yeah,
at the remastered game when we've played,
like hopefully now people realize that. Yeah, you know, let Insomniac cook, man.
And I go
they know
back
what they're
and look
doing.
at some of the old games. I'm like, I
know
don't
what they're
realize
doing.
how much of a jump it is until you see it next to each other. You know, when you really A/B test it, you're like, wow, this is a huge jump in terms of fidelity, in terms of execution, in terms of just how clean everything looks.
Such a beautiful.
Dude, the only thing that's driving me nuts is how compressed the videos are. I just wanted to hear this.
I got you.
Damn, dude. Oh, man. I'm so hyped. Yeah, what are you guys thinking?
That is some triple.
I'm thinking Game of the Year contender, bro. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Game of the Year contender. Don't know if it'll win, but it definitely contender. Insomniac cooked, bro. They did it again. They're doing it again. They're doing it again. Let me see. You think it's going to be Game of the Year? I mean, it definitely looks like a contender. Yeah, they're showing a lot of gameplay. You know what I can't wait for, dude? I can't wait to see. Well, I can't wait for the game, obviously, but I am going to be very interested in, you know, hearing what Digital Foundry has to say about the breakdown of the game, but also seeing the comparisons, you know, like really getting into it. Like, this is what Spider-Man 2 is doing differently than, you know, Spider-Man 2018, how different it is in some ways. Let's see. So I see that Spider-Man 2 is trending. What is being said about Spider-Man 2? Spider. Oh no, I'm saying Spider. Spider-Man. So here's what Jeff Keighley said about Spider-Man. I forgot to read this. He says, after playing 3 hours of Marvel Spider-Man 2, my hype has only increased. Insomniac has delivered what may end up as the best superhero video game of all time. The gameplay is so fluid. The combat is super deep and rewarding. Really impressed so far. So that's what Jeff Keighley said. Scrolling through here. Actually, apparently, Sony Bend designed the tactical suit. So I don't know if you guys have seen the tactical suit in this game. Apparently, Sony Bend designed it. It makes me wonder if there's going to be other designs that come in from other Sony studios. That's actually very cool. That's very cool. Let's see what else I can find here. So there are new 4K screenshots that look really good. Game Informer. Oh, so actually, I'm not going to read all of Game Informer stuff because theirs is a really long write-up, but I want to read the summary, basically. So, Game Informer says, a great sign of any gameplay demo is feeling reluctant to relinquish the controller once it ends. And this feeling certainly arose once my time with Marvel Spider-Man 2 came to a close. From what I've played, Insomniac has added smart, meaningful layers on top of an already exceptional template, positioning it as the ultimate entry in the series. If the full package can live up to this slice, Insomniac has a heck of a sequel on its hands, and I can't wait to rescue New York one more time as two of my favorite arachnid-powered do-gooders. Do-gooders. It's a weird word. So, yeah, I mean, dude, the previews are all... Like, look, I don't think anybody expected the previews to be bad, you know? I don't think anybody expected it to be bad, but it's a good sign that all the previews are just so glowing, so positive. All right. Scrolling through here just once again, seeing if there's anything I missed. So the environments are going to be more destructible. Spider arms are default to Peter. The black suit is hypersensitive to sound. Game's going to be darker. Good stuff, dude. Yeah, man. At this point, I'm starting to wonder how much more Sony is planning to show of Spider-Man 2 before launch, because I mean, they're going all out here. They're going all out here with everything they're Oh, hold on. All right. Yeah, sorry. They're going all out here with the marketing, their talking points, all of the all of the gameplay they're showing. So I'm kind of just wondering, like, yeah, just let people know it's gone gold. Pony Up. Thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying you should react to Plan Z. Boy, what made a song with Plankton's voice that's actually good? Maybe. I don't know. It's a bit I would say it's a bit of a deviation from what we're doing here, man. Maybe I could in like a member stream. Plan Z. Is that like some kind of AI thing? You're saying Phil Spencer made a whoopsie on Twitter? MBG also in Spider-Man 2, you'll be able to visit space. Yeah, dude, that's the next thing that Insomniac's going to reveal. They're like, and by the way, you can go into space and visit planets. And it's like, no way. That'd be so funny. So, yeah, I at this point I don't know what's left to be said, man. The hype is real. It's been a long journey, dude. I remember the PlayStation Showcase in September of 2021. We got Wolverine, we got Spider-Man 2, and now we're 35 days away from Spider-Man 2 releasing. To me, it's clearly going to live up. It's clearly going to live up to expectations. And I think it has a decent chance to actually surpass expectations. I think if the story can be very good and some gameplay surprises, yeah, I think it could surpass expectations. Pony Up. Thank you, man. Thank you for the membership. You're deciding you want to become a member. Clearly the membership train just is not coming to a stop yet. It's not. So Pony Up, welcome to Greatness Awaits.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, man. Look forward. You have access to some exclusive members only content now. All the content I've produced so far. And you're saying Boss looks so cute. Yeah, he's sleeping, man. He's sleepy. That's what I mean to say. Oh, sorry, man. I think I disturbed him. My bad, Boss. Just everything's okay. He got really scared yesterday. Okay, he got really, really scared. I gotta tell you guys this story in a second. But yeah, Pony Up, 133 members on the day. That's insane, guys. That's insane. Check out this little story though. So, in my kitchen, there's like this, I think there's a specific name for the window, but you're supposed to put like plants there and stuff. And there's this big, thick, like tempered glass shelf. And the cats always go up on it to chill. And it's really stable. At least I thought it was. And I wasn't in the room, and neither was my wife. So I don't know how he did this. And this thing is big. It's like a big ass, thick sheet of tempered glass. It's very heavy. And me and my wife, I think we're in separate rooms. We're doing something, and we just hear this loud crash. I mean, I fucking ran. I think I was actually upstairs at the time. I just bolted downstairs. My wife's like, "What the hell was that?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And I go out there, and the glass, it didn't break, luckily, which it would have been crazy if it broke. That would have been a hell of a thing to have to clean up. And it just fell, dude. It just fell. And I was looking at it, and I was like talking to my wife. I'm like, "What the hell happened?" She's like, "I don't know." She's like, "I think Boss did it." I was like, "How?" I'm like, "How did he do that?" If you guys could see what I'm talking about, you would really question, how did this cat do this? And maybe, I don't know, maybe something weird happened, but he was fucking shook, dude. Like, I was concerned. He was shook. Like, he's a cat that does not get scared easily normally. And I don't know if every cat does this, but when Boss gets scared, he like floofs up, like he just expands. His hair stands up all on his tail looks like a skunk tail with how thick it gets. It's crazy. And that's how you know he got scared. And dude, I've never seen this cat's body so thick. I mean, he looked like a giant puff. But what was worse than that is later. So I was like, okay, I guess he just got a little scared. I didn't realize just how scared he got when later in the day, I'm just chilling in the bedroom, playing my game, hanging out. And he just like darts into my room. and he's like under my legs. And I'm like, what's wrong, dude? And he's just got this look. I swear, man, it's like I don't know. And he just had to, he refused to go back out in the kitchen. He kept just like standing there and like eyeing it. Like he really thought that this thing was out to get him. So I don't know. I was like, okay, well, maybe if I just pick him up and I just put him on it again and show him like it's stable now, man. It's fixed. It's okay. Maybe he'll be okay. Like he'll stop being scared. And I think that actually worked. So I picked him up and he was getting real nervous and I put him down. I'm like, it's okay, man. See, it's just an accident. It's not out to get you. Here's where it gets even worse though. Later that night, so we have like this gate that separates the kitchen from the living room for my son, so he can't just like, run around like crazy. Although I think we'll probably get rid of it soon because I think he's outgrown it. But the gate's still there, and it just has like a door, just like a gate that you door and a gate that you open and close, and you can lock it. And both of the cats yesterday, both Leia and Boss, they were playing with a little plush ball on the ground, and they were like really getting into it. And Boss got really into it, dude. I mean, he was going crazy with this thing, and he like ran. I don't know. He was running, chasing the ball, and he didn't hurt himself. He definitely didn't, but he like the way his body turned, he hit the door on the gate or the hinge, and he hit it hard enough, like it slammed it and made a loud noise. Dude, he got scared again. He fucking darted and just his body expanded again, and he ran like straight upstairs. Me and my wife were just looking at each other like, what? He's having a rough day, man. So Boss had a rough day yesterday. All right. He had a really rough day. That's probably why he's so tired. He got the shit scared out of him like multiple times. Yeah, he shook. And I noticed today he's a little bit more on edge. So poor Boss, man. Poor Boss, but I don't know. He's got to be more aware. He's got to be more aware. And actually, I'll tell you this one little story too, just for fun. There was this time where my other cat, Leia, I swear I could not believe what I witnessed when this happened. She was in the kitchen. It's always in the kitchen, man. I don't know what the hell they're doing out there. And she got so scared. She did that thing that cats do where they just jump like 5 feet in the air. But where she was positioned, she jumped like 5 feet in the air. And when she landed on the stovetop, and she turned the burner on with her back paw. And she got even more, obviously she fucking freaked out because she just turned fire on. She didn't get burned, but she jumped again. She jumped again. And I was just sitting there in absolute disbelief, like, how did that even just happen? Sometimes, dude, I swear, man, I'm sure some of you guys have cats. Cats do some crazy shit sometimes. Yeah, there you go. Swag bag says cats be doing crazy things. They do. They really do. Somebody keeps saying ghosts. I don't think so, man. I hope not. I hope we don't have ghosts. Yeah, it's like we have like horrible, like terrifying ghosts just in the house, and no one else can see them except the cats. Meanwhile, the cats are over here getting the shit absolutely scared out of them. But yeah. You know what, dude? I laugh, but it's just because, man, Boss can't catch a break. I also forgot to mention that, like, I think like a street sweeper came by today, and the street sweeper always scares the shit out of both of the cats. So poor Boss has just been thinking he's just been under attack for the past 24 hours. He's had it rough. Titus Crow, you're saying, is it an old place, MBG? The basement flood, the horrible smell, the flies, evil. God damn, dude, that is ominous. That is absolutely ominous. I don't know. I don't get that sense. I don't. I definitely don't think the house is haunted. I mean, I do believe in ghosts. I feel like I've seen ghosts before, at least when I was younger. not really when I was older. So I don't know. Maybe it was my imagination, but no, the house I don't think is haunted at all. I definitely don't get that vibe. I've lived in many different houses growing up, and I feel like I've been to places that was pretty sure it was haunted, and it's just a different energy, you know. I don't know if you guys, I don't know how many of you guys believe in ghosts, but I've always felt like there's just a different energy. There was this one person's house, and they lived in like a more wooded, more secluded area where like homes were pretty far apart from one another, and in between them it was just woods. And I remember, and I was young, I was only like 7 or 8 years old, but I remember when I went to their home, like they would always tell me like it's haunted, like it's very haunted. And I looking back, like I don't know if they were purposely trying to scare me, but it scared the shit out of me. You know, I'm a young kid. I'm like, what do you mean it's haunted? Like why am I here? And there were like some nights that I had to spend at this house, and I always like I was always scared, and I always like heard the stories that they would tell me about this house. And one of the things that they told me is that, yeah, this house is haunted by a couple, like a man and a woman that were married, or like I guess the story went like they died like almost immediately after they got married, during I think like the 1800s. And they would always say like sometimes you might see them around. Maybe you hear like footsteps. And it was just crazy shit. I was like, is this fucking real? I'm like, are you guys fucking with me? What's going on here? And then one day, I swear to God, like I really do wonder if this was legitimately a ghost I saw. Because it was the only time in my life where I didn't really fully know what the fuck I was looking at. And then once it registered, I was like, boss, I hauled ass, bro. I was in the backyard of this house, and again, it's just like woods around, and in the backyard there was like just big patches of like dirt, and I don't know, for some reason I just like to dig, so I'd always ask, because I was like bored, I was like, can I just have a shovel to fucking dig holes like a weirdo? I just like digging, I don't know why. And it's funny because I remember I was always told when I was younger, like, you're gonna hate doing that shit when you get older, like you're never gonna want to dig holes for any reason. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, imagine 7-year-old me. I'm like, what are you talking about? Digging holes is amazing. I'm going to do this shit for the rest of my life. It's fun. Yeah, they were right. Anyway, I'm in the backyard, and I'm just digging holes for no reason, for fun. And I'd say I'm probably about 20 feet or so away from the house. And the house was raised, you know, it was, there was a basement and then the first floor. So it was raised. And I remember it was the middle of the day. And the thing that I recall is that no one was in the house. Everyone was out front, just like talking and chilling. No one was in the house. And I turn and I just look at the window, the kitchen window, and there's just like big window. And there's just a woman, what looked to be just clear as day, a woman standing there in a wedding dress, and her face was completely pale white, hardly anything, just pale white, black hollow eyes, just a woman in a wedding dress just staring at me. And I shit you not, like I just sat there and stared for like a good 5 to like 8 seconds. Until like it registered in my brain what the hell I was looking at. You're saying so curtains. No, dude, there were no curtains. And I once it registered what I was looking at, I was just like, I just dropped the shovel. I fucking darted out front, and I was like telling everybody, like, guys, and I was asking them, I was like, I just saw a woman in there. I said, are you guys messing with me? Like to my family and my sister and one, I'm like, did you guys do that? You screwing with me? And they're like, no. They were, and I kept telling them, like, that's what I saw. And the homeowner was like, yeah, that's what we see sometimes. And I don't know, man. I look back and I'm like, I It's hard to say because I was so young. 7-year-old MVG asked his parents, "Are you screwing with me?" I don't think I asked it in that way, but I was just legitimately like, "Are you guys trying to like? Were you guys trying to scare me? Like, are you playing a prank on me?" And everybody told me. And to this day, no one's ever came to me and said, "Yeah, we were messing with you." No one's ever done that. There have been times like where they messed with me a little bit, but never like, you know, when it came to that, they're like, "No." So I'm like, "Fuck, dude, I don't know." But who knows? Who knows? Maybe Ghost's real. Maybe, you know, the ghost of Xbox past. She's behind you right now. Oh shit. You know, it's funny talking about ghosts. I mean, obviously we're just talking about some other stuff here beyond games. I hope you guys enjoy it. There is this like genre of, I don't even know if I want to call it content, but sometimes if I'm feeling like, oh, let's go on YouTube and like look up ghost videos and shit, and maybe we can like freak ourselves out a little bit. And it's I regret it every time, dude, because it's just the worst. It's the literal worst content. You know, I mean, some people say my content, or alien videos. Some people say my content's bad, and I'm not talking about like I'm sure there are actually good videos out there that are made, that talk about like ghosts and spirits and stuff, but like 9 out of 10 times, it's just these ridiculous videos of like, I don't know. I guess there's just a certain genre of content where it's like we get submitted all these videos. Like there's this channel called like Nuke's Top 5, and it's just so many people from like TikTok and Instagram and everything else where it's just so painfully fake that it's like, how could anybody ever entertain this as like even just remotely? You know, and I just feel like the quality of this content, maybe it's just me, but looking back like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I feel like if you were to look up like ghost related stuff on YouTube, you'd get some pretty decent stuff. But occasionally you do see some of these videos that are pretty convincing. Like there was this one I saw of it was like of a security guard that was caught on a security camera for like a building, and he was working the night shift. And the story basically was that he was approached by like a woman or something that was confused and asking for directions. And on the security camera footage, it shows the security guard just straight up having a conversation with somebody, but there's nobody there. And you know, it's like he's acting super normal. He's not acting strange at all. And then later on, like, you know, he's basically they're asking him like, who the hell were you talking to? And it sounds kind of cheesy because it's like, you were talking to a ghost. But then when you watch the footage, you're like, I don't know, maybe that's actually somewhat convincing. I don't know, that could be true. But I don't know, do you guys believe in ghosts? I don't know. I'm kind of up in the air with it. Halloween's right around the corner, or October's right around the corner, actually. And I'm going to start watching more horror movies, kind of that time of the year. I love Halloween. I love fall. I don't know if Halloween's my favorite holiday, but I love the feeling, you know, love the feeling in the air. It's just, the air's crisp. It's cool. It's not too cold. Leaves on the ground. It's always very nice. So I'm looking forward to it. I think Halloween this year is on a day where we stream. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'll break out that mullet again. Well, it's just show you my hair again, you know, that I hide under the hat, obviously. You're saying ghosts, demons, and cryptids. What's a cryptid? Are absolutely real? That's what it actually says. I believe in it, man. I do. I think there's just so much shit out there that we just don't, you know, we don't know. And there's just so many, you know, it's tough because there's so many people that want to fake stuff, but I don't know. You think about all the stories, all the footage, you have to imagine at least some of it is a little bit real, right? Some of it. I mean, you see like these images all the time. You know what the weird thing about ghosts are? The weird thing about ghosts is that if somebody really did, experience like a ghost. I mean, just straight up, like I woke up one night and I went out into my hallway and there was just this figure and it got closer and it came up to me and I could see clear as day and it was this apparition and they could describe in great detail. It's like, it's so sad because there's nothing you can do about that. Like that could be 100% real and people just have to take your word on it. Like if you would record it, people would say it's fake. If you took a picture, people would say it's fake. And even then, like people will say, "Hey, you're just hallucinating. There's something wrong with you. It's just, you're seeing things." So it's either if ghosts aren't real, then that means that there are just millions and millions and millions of people all throughout history that have just been seeing shit. And there's what's fucked up about that is like, yeah, there are people that see shit. Like that's legitimate. People have hallucinations and whatnot, but not everybody does. So I don't know. A part of me definitely believes in what really scared me one day, and this freaked me out. And this is a little bit, I'm not trying to talk about religion, but I remember I learned, like I heard something a long time ago, and it was, I forget which religion. I don't know if it was Christianity or and obviously it was just one person saying this, so I don't think they speak for the entire religion, of course, but they were saying that ghosts, when you see ghosts, like they're not real in the sense that they're actually just demons. Like even if you see a ghost of a loved one, like they were saying that it's actually just a demon, and they're trying to fuck with you basically in some way or manipulate you, and that freaked me out because I'm like, that's really insidious, actually. Like that's disturbing. Like you're saying yes, that's literally true. And from when I heard that, I mean, it's just like, geez, man, that is kind of messed up. I don't know if I believe that, but that is messed up. Absolutely. Freaky shit, dude. Let me see here. I'm looking over to the chat now. You're saying yes, there are many fakes, but some are definitely real. With everyone having hammers now, we are going to see more and more. Like, yeah, did you see that Mexico was like, yeah, here's some aliens, bro? Which is really funny because I'm pretty sure it was already debunked. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on with Mexico's government? They're just letting them do this shit. They look like carvings or something. And I'm just like, even if they were real though, I don't know. Like some people I think did believe it. And they're like, well, okay, aliens exist. They're real. Those were clearly paper mache. You're saying just watch that video of the security guard. Looks legit MVG. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are some videos out there where it's just like, dude, what is going on here? Have any of you guys, do you believe you've seen ghosts? Curious. I don't think I've seen anybody say whether or not they've seen a ghost. Movie prop. Yeah, that's what it did look like. ET, a dehydrated ET. That's so funny. Straight up a dehydrated ET. Have you seen the Demon House documentary? I don't think so. Is it a good one? You see monsters daily? Well, that's unsettling. Ray, you're saying you've seen many or had many ghosts? No ghosts, only demons in my religion. It's interesting stuff, man. No, just a feeling. I've never seen a ghost or UFO alien or whatever. Crooked Vulture, you're saying you personally haven't seen any, but you still don't discount it. Sleep paralysis, had a dark figure sit on my chest. Yeah, what the fuck is up with sleep paralysis, dude? Something's going on with sleep paralysis. I don't understand how it's like, oh, it's totally normal. Nothing's really going on there. You're paralyzed and your eyes are open and you just see a dark, like demonic figure in your room. That's all. Nothing really going on. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, why would that be the default for everyone's brain? See, that's the kind of stuff that kind of gets me thinking, where it's like, okay, so sleep paralysis is clearly a thing that people experience, but they all have such a similar experience where it's like, yeah, I see this dark, scary figure. Well, let me ask it. Has anybody here experienced sleep paralysis and had a good thing happen? Have they seen something pleasant standing in their room with them? That's just your midnight snack, homie. You saw a kid. You're saying I saw a kid my mother used to take care of while the family got swept up in the Wimberley floods. The kid was watching me watch E3. They disappeared as soon as I saw them. Dude, that's crazy. Actually says there was an old abandoned house in the woods by my house. I went there one time as a kid and it felt like something was watching. Then I felt sheer terror and ran for my life. Yeah, dude, it's interesting you mentioned like old houses. There was this park that I used to live near, and in this park there was this really, really old abandoned house. It was like, I think, a couple hundred years old, from like the 1700s or something. And what made this house so scary is there was no description. Like I didn't know anything about it. I'm like, what is going on with this house? It wasn't totally abandoned because it didn't decay that much. Like, it was clearly kept up enough, but it was very old. And I remember that there were, like, in the basement, there were just kind of boards put up, but you could kind of see through them. And it just always freaked me out. It was very secluded, and it just always got this very, like you're talking about, actually, just this kind of really bad vibe. Like, there's just something here. Your hair kind of stands up. My hair stood up on my head and then just fell off. That's what happened. Have I ever seen Constantine? Yes. I've seen the movie with Keanu Reeves. That was a great movie. Very underrated, I think. And it's crazy we're getting a sequel to that. You got to trust your instincts. If you feel something unnerving, you got to get out of there. We can sense bad energy. Yeah, that I 100% believe. Richard Rodriguez says, start Friday night haunted stories with MBG. I don't know, man. I get it. Like, it's entertaining stuff. It's interesting stuff. I mean, if I was somebody that ran a channel where it's like, send me all your ghost clips, I imagine you probably see some very interesting stuff. Certainly. Some questionable stuff. Saying after you lost your parents, you've been waiting for a visit. I'm not kidding. Well, it's sad, man. But yeah, I hear you. You believe in bad energy. I do too. I think like negative. I think we definitely can feel negative energy. It's like a person, maybe they enter the room, like an actual person, they enter the room and just weight to it, or you just feel the tension. You can feel the weight. You can feel that energy. And I guess it does get kind of creepy. It does get kind of creepy when it's like there isn't a person, like you're alone and you just get this sense. But that's the thing though. Like, when I was a kid, I always got scared very easily. And as I got older, I'm like, how many times did I feel that fear and that energy, but it was just me freaking myself out? Or maybe I actually had a reason to feel that way. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll never know. You're saying you had a sleep paralysis last night and it was so scary? Ah, it sucks, dude. Once a month at night, MBG paranormal stream. Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about whether or not I should do like dedicated streams just talking about other stuff, because I'm not sure that having like conversations like this at the I think it's fine. Everybody seems to be okay with it. We're like at the tail end of a stream for the last 20 minutes or so, just chatting, shooting the shit, casual talk. But I don't know, maybe one day we'll have. See, the reason why it's difficult for me to have like a dedicated stream for stuff like this is because this is stuff that just flows naturally. Like, I don't think about it. It just comes to my mind. And I feel like if I set up a stream where I'm like, hey, this is what we're going to talk about, I'm going to think too hard But I don't know. I will think about it because I do enjoy these talks. I think it's a different type of conversation, certainly from the stuff we normally do here. Mr. Bills, you're saying MBG the other night, a box fell off my wardrobe at like 3 a.m. LOL. I always make excuses for these things though. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to ask you guys, speaking of ghosts, the Paranormal Activity movies. So I recently, subscribed to Paramount Plus, not regrettably, but with some hesitance. And the reason why I did this is because I was Googling like which streaming service has some of the best like horror movie compilations or just in general, just horror movies. And Paramount Plus kept coming up at the top. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll do a free trial, give it a shot. And I noticed they have every single Paranormal Activity movie. And I've never seen any of these movies. And there's a bunch. There's like 6 or 7 or something. Are they good? Yeah, Shudder came up too. That I'm going to have to try out. But are these Paranormal Activity movies worth a watch? Are they good? Or are they like, saying some are? The first 2? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is this like a series that just gets progressively worse with each one? Because I feel like that's a pretty common thing with horror movies. The first one's okay, then garbage. Really? If you like found footage, it's worth watching. Everybody's saying the first one's really good. Does it? So, yeah, there's so many. Does it get really stupid? Like, does it get really, really stupid? Maybe you guys can give me some horror movie recommendations. Because it's always hit or miss, man. It is with horror movies. And I love horror movies. Yeah, the cancellation rates for streaming platforms. HBO Max at nearly 27%. Disney, 21%. Paramount Plus is pretty high. The Conjuring, I've seen that. Terrifier 1 and 2, I've heard of those. Don't think I've seen them. Seen them. Return of the Living Dead. Insidious. Yeah, the Insidious movies are really good. Didn't they just release a new one, I think? The Hell House trilogy. Dude, the Insidious movies are really good. I got to see the new one. I'm pretty sure a new one just came out. I got to see that. The Dark and the Wicked, The Void, Hell House. You're saying the new one kind of sucked. Yeah, that's always the fear with like these franchises. It really always seems like the longer they go on, the worse they get. Richard Rodriguez again. Sorry, I'm missing some super chats here. Say I've had SP where just an arm was hovering over me. Sleep paralysis. That's really creepy. So there's something really deeply disturbing about that, dude. Like just an arm. God. I don't think I've ever experienced sleep paralysis. I hope I never do. It sounds... Hereditary. I've seen Hereditary. Yeah, that movie was fucking freaky. Don't worry, Leia. We're almost done here. The New Evil Dead. Grave Encounters. Nun 2. No, I don't even think I've seen the first Nun. Have I? I don't know. Yeah, Hereditary was messed up. Yeah, I guess the Babadook. Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty freaky. You know what the crazy thing about horror movies is? I've said this already, but it's worth reiterating here again. Is like horror movies are so tough because I've noticed with horror, it's so easy to grab you, and get you like, oh, what's going on here? Something freaky. And just the buildup, man. I love the buildup of horror movies. But really what it comes down to is like, are you going to nail, the third act? The third act is, I'm telling you, for all horror movies, it's like, it's make or break for this genre. And it's so tough. Like, there's nothing more painful than when you have a great horror movie where it's like 2/3 of this movie was amazing. And then the ending was just like, I think I like sometimes the endings can be so bad or just so like, are you kidding me? That it's like I would have just been better off with the movie ending after the second act. Like, you know what movie I saw recently that kind of did that? It is the I watched it on Netflix, the Ouija movie. The second one is like based on the Ouija board, and I didn't know it was the sequel, and it was actually, and it was Mike Flanagan apparently that that directed it. So I was like, I like Mike Flanagan a lot. I like all his stuff, or most of his stuff that I've seen. All the stuff I've seen from him I like. So I'm gonna go check it out, watch it with my wife, and that's a great example of like the beginning was interesting, the middle was good, and then I noticed as it started to get into the third act, where it's like, okay, we have to wrap this up, it started to get pretty dumb, and the ending just got to a point where I'm like, okay. I mean, I guess this is the only way it could have went, but it was like, damn. And then me and my wife tried watching the first one, which Mike Flanagan did. I believe he didn't direct that one, and it was I don't know. We didn't really enjoy that one so much. I think we actually started to fall asleep by the end of it. The old version of The Thing with Kurt Russell, yeah, that's a classic, dude. You're saying The House That October Built is quite good? I've seen that movie pop up a couple times. Saying you haven't watched horror movies in years. Your wife doesn't like horror at all, and she can't stand it either. Oh, yeah, it's tough. Dude, the first Sinister movie is scary as hell. I heard the sequel was fucking horrible. I heard the sequel for Sinister was horrible, but the first one was really good. Ethan Hawke was in that. That was a great movie. I just saw that movie with Ethan Hawke too recently called, God, what was it? The Black Phone, or just called Black Phone. That was a good movie. I recommend that. I don't know if that's necessarily horror. Maybe it's more thriller. The Furious, you're saying, little weird, but my wife might be pregnant. Any advice for potentially new parents? How do you maintain your hobbies and other outlets? Thanks, man. It's a great question. For me, it's about, you got to try your best to be balanced. It's going to be hard at times. So one of the things I'll tell you as a parent is, and it's funny because I feel like when you hear people give advice all the time, one of the things I feel like I was not told a lot is, and I guess it does vary from kid to kid, but in my experience, kids are loud, man. They are loud. And if you're not used to having like that excess noise, and I'm not just talking about crying either. I'm just talking about just straight up, just noise, man. Just, kids are loud. Maybe not all kids are, but that's what I've learned. My advice when it comes to maintaining your hobbies and other outlets, you just got to find the right balance, man. You got to make sure you're doing the right thing, obviously, as a parent. That's the priority, obviously. But just make sure you're taking care of yourself as well in a balanced way where, make time, plan. That's what I would say. Plan ahead as best you can and try to have a schedule. It's not always going to be that easy. And there's just going to be times where your hobbies and your outlets are going to have to take a back seat. And sometimes, you might feel a little bit frustrated because of that, because it's like parenting is hard. It is. It's very difficult. But it's very rewarding as well. So my recommendation is try to plan and try to plan for that balance. And it should work out. I hope it works out, The Furious, and congrats, man. I mean, if you're saying she might be pregnant, if she is. KTG says just don't have kids. That's always an option as well, my recommendation is always think. Put a lot of thought into it because it's a very serious decision, Don't overthink it, but definitely think. So thank you for that, The Furious. We have Generic White Male saying thoughts on The Last of Us TV series. I thought it was great, man. I really enjoyed it. I know that not everybody loved it as much, but my main concern with The Last of Us TV series, considering The Last of Us is like one of my all-time favorite games ever, is if they're really going to be able to. The thing I was mostly focused on, because I knew that they were going to keep the story the same. I wasn't worried about that. I'm like, yeah, they're going to have to follow that story because it's too good not to follow. It's perfect. But I really wanted to know, like, is Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey, like, are they really going to be able to capture that dynamic between Joel and Ellie? And I was very skeptical of Pedro Pascal as Joel, and I was fucking shocked. I'm like, dude, Joel's one of my favorite characters of all time, and he fucking wrecked that role in a good way. Like, he absolutely killed it. And Bella Ramsey as well. Bella Ramsey was an even harder sell for me because, in my opinion, she really didn't look very much like Ellie, but the way she acted, like, she truly captured the essence of Ellie as a character. And that's one thing I am very interested in with season 2 of The Last of Us, is like knowing that Ellie's going to be older, more mature. I'm going to be curious if she can capture that as well, because, I mean, Bella Ramsey, she does look very, very young and like a kid, so I don't know if she's going to be able to. It'll be interesting to see if she can pull that off. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, man. I'm hoping I enjoy season 2 as much. I'm hoping maybe they'll do some things a little bit different with Joel. Like, obviously, things are going to happen, but maybe the build up to it could be different. The context surrounding it could be different. These are things that they could change with season 2 that I'd be interested in. No doubt. And Jenna Hayes, thank you for the 5. You're saying, MBG, the mafia boss, what is your most anticipated game? I'm assuming that's what you're trying to ask here. What is my most anticipated game for 2024? That's a great question. It's funny because I haven't really put a ton of thought into 2024 outside of like some Sony games. And my like gut reaction to that, if we're talking about games with confirmed, like they're confirmed to be targeting 2024, probably Final Fantasy VII Rebirth right now, truthfully. I'd have to look at a list and see what other games are targeting 2024. Like, if Wolverine is internally targeting 2024, that's my game. Like, that's my game. Really quickly, you're saying, MBG, did you see IGN said the build everyone's playing is from 6 months ago? So everybody told me that it said 6 weeks ago. Like, it's a 6-week old build, not 6 months. You're saying Concord is your most anticipated? I mean, Concord is up there in terms of I want to see it. Yeah, like, I want to know what this game is, but I wouldn't say it's like my definitely not like my most anticipated, because it might not be great, it might not even be good. But I definitely am eager to see it. Yeah, baby steps, definitely. Yeah, we really don't know anything about Concord, but the fact it's a first-person shooter definitely intrigues me, because it's like we don't get that from Sony. So let's see. Navinzer, you're saying watch the horror movie Skinamarink. Ask the chat. Oh man, something about that. Something about that just sounds not great. Skinamarink movie. It's 2022. It was on. You can watch it on Hulu. I don't have. See, that's the problem, dude. I don't have Hulu. That's the problem with so many of these movies. Like, I want to watch them, but I'd have to subscribe. All right. Yeah, I'll consider it, man. I'll have to try to keep that in mind. Omen, you're saying, Jesus, still streaming. I just platinum 2 VR2 games. That's awesome, dude. Swordsman and Kazuna AI's Touch the Beat. Talk about variety. Still didn't plat Horizon Call of the Mountain. That's funny though, dude. Man, MBG, I left your stream to go platinum 2 VR games, and I come back and you're still streaming. Yeah, I'm probably going to be ending it soon. We've just been chatting very casually, talking about movies and stuff and TV, and nothing too crazy. But I'm glad he returned, Omen. And thank you for the chat, dude. Have you heard about Dr. Stephen Greer? I don't think so. No. You're saying that movie's on Shudder. Yeah, I think I might subscribe to Shudder, man. I mean, it's like, you know, it's going to be October. I've heard good things about it. Maybe it'd be perfect time. Hollywood Will Burn says, Talk to Me is the best film this year. Horror 2. Where can I watch this? Talk to Me. Talk to Me movie. Says it's 2022. It's $20 on YouTube. I don't think it's on a sub service. I would have to pay to watch this. Is it really that good? Wow, 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. A24. Interesting. Oh, is this in theaters right now? I didn't know that. Hold on. What? Oh.
Have you seen the group chat? You're doing it again tonight. No, please.
I'll watch this trailer when this streams. I don't know. I don't think it'll get. I don't want to risk getting copyright. Saying skill up. Spider-Man 2 preview is up. It's on the Pirate Bay. No, I don't use that. I'm not into that, man. I like to, you know me. I like to pay for my media when I feel like it's something that I'm really interested in. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, if it's good enough, if it's you guys know me. If there's a movie that's like good, like, yeah, this is a really good movie, I'll pay to watch it. I will. So if this movie's that good, I'll consider it, man. You know what movie I watched recently? It wasn't a horror movie, but it was a thriller. It's on Netflix. I think it's still on Netflix. Prisoners. Have any of you guys seen this movie with Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal? Omen 86 coming in. He drops another membership. Brings it to 134. He's still going. We're still going with the memberships, guys. Thank you, dude. Omen, I know what you're doing. You dropped 2 gifts to get it, to round it off to 135, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that makes me feel better, too. I like to see it nice and just a solid 135. Thank you, Omen.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cats are going crazy back there. Yeah, I see you guys. I see you. But yeah, that movie Prisoners was really good. I really enjoyed that. Exley 3000. Dude, Exley's still keeping this train going strong, dude. Exley drops 5 more membership gifts, guys. Exley, thank you, bud. He gets us to 140, 100. I can't believe that. That's a massive number, guys. Absolutely massive. Thank you for all the support. I'm shocked you guys are still keeping this membership train going, man. Nearly 4 hours into the stream. Shout out to you for that, Exley.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry if I seem a little bit tired. I'm actually hungry is what I am. I didn't bring any snacks with me or anything. You know why? It's because I went into the stream thinking it was going to be a little bit shorter. I always do that. I thought this was going to be a little bit of a shorter stream than normal. And then here we are. It's like almost 4 hours again. And I did work out earlier. So I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling it. And Josh Z, dude, thank you for the $10 super chat, man. You're saying, as someone who has played Final Fantasy VII OG so many times to 100%, there were so many things in that trailer that had my jaw on the floor. Square Enix knows what they're doing with the remake project. It's funny that you should say that, Josh, because yeah, that's the thing. I do still feel a little bit out of the loop since I never played the original Final Fantasy, but I've seen numerous people absolutely gushing over this trailer, essentially saying that, like, yeah, this was again, I keep thinking about that comment where that guy was like, this is an S+++ trailer for anybody who played the original Final Fantasy. And it's crazy to me because as I'm watching it and I'm like, yeah, this is all new to me. It is. It's brand new and it looks great. I can't imagine how it must be for people, you know, who played the original. And Josh, you're just reaffirming that for anybody who played the original, they're feeling really happy right now. They are. There's a lot of hype around this game, dude. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. We had some really good conversations when I was playing through Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm looking forward to having more conversations. The thing that really got me about Final Fantasy VII Remake is just how interested I really was in the story and the characters. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect to care about those characters and the world, and it really, you know, I got it. I'll just say that. I definitely got it. Omen says to Gavin, "You're welcome. Greatness awaits." Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that state of play, I don't know. I was pretty impressed. I'm like, Helldivers, Spider-Man, Final Fantasy, not bad. Not bad at all. I'll take it. I think there was just one other thing I wanted to say. I know it's so random, I'm sorry, but it's because I wanted to get this thought out earlier. I want to recommend, I don't know if you guys are into like thriller movies, you know, especially like detective like thrillers. That movie Prisoners, that was like, I think the best movie I've seen in a while. That's what I wanted to say, because I was talking to you guys about movies and whatnot, and I see a lot of movies that are just like, okay, like, yeah, pretty good. Ooh, what's going on here? Mrs. MBG coming in saying steak tacos for dinner. All right, guys, well, I'm out. It was a great stream. No joke though. Now I'm hyped. Steak tacos. Shit, let's go. All right, so I'm going to finish this thought and then I'm going to end the stream because I am hungry. Mrs. MBG's cooking. She's cooking. Insomniac ain't the only one cooking for all of us. Next stream, I'll let you guys know how it is. But I just wanted to say that movie Prisoners, you know, I see a lot of movies that are like, oh yeah, it was pretty good. It was okay. Not bad, you know? But I don't really see movies that often that like actually stick with me that much. But that movie Prisoners, and you know what it was? I mean, the story was great. It was the acting though, man. Like, dude, Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal in that movie were phenomenal. I mean, everybody in that movie was phenomenal. But I don't know, man. I really appreciated the intensity that Hugh Jackman brought to that movie. And as I was watching it, I was like, dude, he could I know he's too old now maybe, but man, he would have killed as the role of Joel, dude, like in that movie. Anybody who's watched Prisoners, Hugh Jackman would have absolutely been the perfect Joel, even better than Pedro Pascal. And Pedro Pascal is a 10 out of 10 Joel. But yeah, great movie. And Jake Gyllenhaal, he's a great actor too, man. He is. So I really enjoyed that movie. I definitely recommend it. It has a nice twist. I'm not going to spoil anything, but the ending is interesting. Like, the ending, some people probably might not like, but I kind of understand why they did what they did with it. Yeah, Paul Dano as well. Yeah, he was in that. He played a good role too. Omen says, by the way, love the PS Blue shirt. Stated playstyle. Yeah, bro. Got that blue PlayStation shirt on. Got my PlayStation mug. Got my PlayStation everything. I'm fanboying it up over here. The Autopsy of Jane Doe, that was a good one, man. That was a good one. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, guys. I won't lie. I am going to end it now, though, because I definitely want to... I'm ready for those tacos. I'm very hungry. Daniel Day-Lewis is one of the best actors ever. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah, we'll have to have like maybe a stream about like movies or something, man. Because I do love movies. I do. I gotta admit, I gotta start watching more. I would like to start going to the movie theater more often. I miss going to the movie theater. You just can't beat that experience, dude. You can't. It's nothing like it. Because I feel like for many years now, I've been missing like the big blockbuster movies, like the really good ones. And I get to them too late, or I just never get to them at all. But all right, guys, let me do my outro here. Another 4-hour stream. Really wasn't expecting that. But want to give a big shout out to you guys once again, in all seriousness. I mean, we're sitting at 140 members on the day. That's a massive number. Wasn't at all expecting that, especially because we did a stream yesterday and you guys showed a lot of support. And, you know, that's just the way it is with you guys. And it's awesome to see. We have an amazing community, very generous community. And one thing that you guys continue to reveal to me is that I could pretty much come up with a stream and we could talk about anything, and you guys are going to be here and you're going to want to hang out, and that's really cool. Like, it feels like basically we're all friends, you know, and that's a pretty cool feeling. So thank you guys for that love. Thank you guys for that support, and to everybody who donated a super chat. We got a bunch of super chats today as well. Thank you guys. It all goes right back into the channel, allowing me to continue to do this, and so my wife can cook steak tacos for dinner. Thank you. I should thank you guys for these steak tacos. And yeah, we talked all about Spider-Man 2. I hope you guys are feeling as good about it as I am, because we're getting closer to it, and I'm excited. So good stream, very enjoyable. Sony's finally talking. We'll see what the coming weeks bring, man. We'll see how much more Sony plans to talk. My hope, I have to think about what I'm going to do, because I actually haven't planned it out yet, but hopefully I'll be able to get some members content out for you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to do another stream on Sunday. I want to try to stick to my schedule. Today was more of like an emergency stream. We got to talk about ghosts, guys. And yeah, one last shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps. He might be caught a little off guard with this, so I don't know if he's going to be doing the timestamps. Hopefully you can. If not a big deal. But if you do, thank you, man, and thank you for all the timestamps you do. It really means a lot. And Navenzer, I'm trying to see what you're saying here. You're saying watch Enemy. It came from the director of Prisoners right after. All right, Enemy. Yeah, I'll have to check that out, because he's clearly a talented director there. Is my wife banning people? I don't think so. No. I don't see anything. No, I don't think so, man. All right, and one last thing, hit that like button on your way out, guys. And that's it. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Friday. I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. I will catch you guys in the next one. I'm going to go enjoy some tacos. So until then, take care, everyone.